Chapter 457. The Capital. In Shiyu the Great's study. At this moment, there were only two people in the study, Mo Yike and Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, I've heard about the joint attack of the five major powers on the Deqian Celestial Empire, but I've only heard about it recently. I've been flipping through all kinds of information over the past few days. I've been reading, and reading. Today, all that's left is fear and trepidation. Mo Yike said with a frown. Oh. Fear and trepidation. Is this the reason for your request to see me today? Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike as he sipped his tea. Yes, Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to stop. Mo Yike said solemnly. Stop. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Yes. At this time, it's unwise to attack the Deqian Celestial Empire together. The five major powers don't have enough strength yet. Moreover, if we're in a rush to join forces, are we going to head north together? This isn't a joint attack, it's a mob. Mo Yike said firmly. How dare you? Shiyu the Great glared at him. Your Majesty, I know that my words today are harsh, but why is this joint attack so fast? We've just stopped fighting with the Deqian Celestial Empire and haven't had time to rest yet. Now we're fighting again. What will the people think? Your Majesty, the people's hearts are the heavens' hearts. Mo Yike pleaded. Mo Yike, you've indeed contributed to the Day One Celestial Empire in Yingzhou. Indeed, I haven't had the time to recuperate and build up strength. But, my Dayuan's national strength is already strong and prosperous. The 5 million zombie army has already arrived at the top of the five great powers, so what's wrong with sweeping through the numerous cities of the Darqian dynasty? Emperor Shiyu spoke in a low voice. What's strange is that it's so fast. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Oh. Too hasty, too hasty. Your Majesty, why are the other four forces so hasty? Mo Yike shook his head. We're not in a hurry. We've been preparing for 1,000 years. Shiyu the Great said calmly. Hasty, too hasty. We don't know enough about Deqian. We don't know enough about our own strength. At a time when nothing is enough, send out troops. It was unwise. Through continuous battles, the people were at peace, and the people were at odds with the people. This is the sign of a defeated army. Mo Yike said anxiously. Betrayal of the people? Mo Yike, you're being too alarmist. There's no need for civilians in war. Shiyu the Great said in a low voice. No, in war, we need the hearts of the people. You must be righteous. The excuse for our northern expedition is too weak. Mo Yike shook his head. You're thinking too much. As for Deqian, how do you know that you don't know enough? Do you really think we know so little about Deqian? Do you know how many people we've set up over 1,000 years? How many of our people are in Deqian? Shiyu the Great smiled faintly. Spies? Your Majesty, the five major powers have arranged for spies to enter Deqian. And now they're in high positions. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great smiled faintly. Mo Yike didn't feel relieved. Instead, he was even more worried. These spies, are they still loyal to us? Or is it that Deqian doesn't know that there are so many spies? Moreover, we thought of spies, but didn't Deqian think of spies for us? That's why I've only given power to the people I trust the most. Shiyu the Great said faintly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. When two countries go to war, it's not only a battle of military strength, but also a battle of many factors. Sigh. I still feel that it's not the right time. Secondly, I'm worried. What are you worried about? Shiyu the Great said faintly. You don't know yourself well. Mo Yike lowered his head and complained. Oh. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Mo Yike. The 5 major powers sent their emperors and Taoist lords. Your Majesty, are you so confident that you can just send Bat Ancestor? How can he show Daewon's might wherever he goes? How can he inspire the soldiers' ambitions? Mo Yike said worriedly. Shiyu the Great wasn't angry this time. He smiled faintly. Bat Ancestor? Do you think he's only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace? Huh? Isn't that so? Mo Yike was surprised. Shiyu the Great shook his head. He's not doing well these days, but if that's all he's got, why would I let him be Daewon's national beast? Oh. Mo Yike was slightly taken aback. Bat Ancestor is the ancestor of vampires. But do you know why he created vampires? Shiyu the Great asked in a low voice. I don't know. Mo Yike immediately shook his head. To create a vampire, you need to part a drop of your own blood essence. It's exhausting, but this drop of blood essence can strengthen itself. When you take it back in the future. Shiyu the Great smiled faintly. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Take it back. Take it back. The Chang family? That's right. Shiyu the Great nodded. That's bad, Your Majesty. The Chang family, Changsheng. Your Majesty, this time, sigh. Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. What? You'll lose the hearts of the people if you keep fighting. You'll lose the hearts of your subjects if you raise a demon with your subjects. Although the Changsheng family is loyal to Daewon, they'll definitely reject him in their hearts, especially Changsheng. I know that he's proud and farsighted. Raising a demon with Changsheng is like casting pearls before swine. Mo Yike said bitterly. Shiyu the Great glanced at Mo Yike. I know, but Changsheng was willing to do it. Ah. Mo Yike said blankly. In the waters around 9-5 Island. The moment the Bat Ancestor swallowed the Chang family's 4th brother, black gas surged out of its body. An aura that was countless times stronger than before burst forth. Yi Hua's expression changed. The expressions of all the vampires also changed abruptly. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Chang family were aghast. Eaten. The ancestor ate the 4th brother. The ancestor became even stronger after eating the 4th brother. What about the 4th brother? The Chang family's 2nd and 3rd brothers looked at the Bat Ancestor in horror before looking at Changsheng. Changsheng seemed to have known about this long ago. He only watched indifferently, not saying anything. This was because Changsheng understood that there was no way to resist. From the moment the Bat Ancestor's spirit transformed them, all vampires fell under the Bat Ancestor's control. If it wanted them to live, they would live. If it wanted them to die, they would die. Chang Ming, who was at the side, suddenly felt his scalp tingle. In this instant, Chang Ming completely understood what his father meant by teaching him so much in the past. Vampires would suffer retribution sooner or later for recklessly slaughtering others. Even if retribution did not come from external enemies, it would come from the Bat Ancestor. It was unavoidable. In the past, Xiao Chen was proud of becoming a vampire and grasping the power of the bat transformation. The Bat Ancestor gave them power, so they should respect it. He had never understood why his father complained about the Bat Ancestor. At this moment, he understood everything. A spirit-transformed human. Vampires were just a force raised by the Bat Ancestor. The more powerful a vampire was, the more powerful it would be when it devoured other vampires in the future. We were just food for the Bat Ancestor. It was just a matter of time. Changsheng suddenly trembled, and despair appeared on his face. Keek. Not bad, yeha. Come again, try again. The Bat Ancestor suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Billions of black gas erupted from its body as it looked at Yeha with a ferocious expression. This time, its aura was no weaker than Yeha's. Boom! The two clashed palms with a loud boom. Under the clash of palms, a strong air current surged in the void, causing the sea below to explode violently. Impossible. How can your strength be about the same as mine? Yeha cried out in shock. After devouring the Chang family's fourth brother, the Bat ancestor's strength had soared to such an extent. There was more than one vampire here. Yeha's expression changed, and he seemed to want to retreat. Above the vast sea, Gu Hai drove the flying boat away from the Bat ancestor, Yeha, and the others, and quickly flew along the route they had agreed on. Whoosh! The flying boat pierced through the clouds and disappeared in front of everyone. Gu Hai was sure that the Bat ancestor and Yeha could not catch up. After adjusting the flying boat's direction and setting it to fly automatically, Gu Hai entered the main hall. Inside, it was still the same coffin. The incomplete chest soul was controlling His Holiness's corpse. The aura emitted by it was so strong that no one dared to act rashly. However, it was not easy to control this body. Let's try again, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The incomplete chest soul continued to control His Holiness's corpse. Slowly, His Holiness's corpse sat up. However, the body was extremely uncoordinated. Oh, it's not easy to control. Let's take it slow, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The flying boat flew for about a day. The flying boat immediately stopped. It had already flown to 9-5 Island. After all, 9-5 Island was too large. Naturally, the flying speed was slow. After flying for more than 10 days, Gu Hai caught up to the flying boat in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty. Bingheim immediately welcomed Shao Qin happily. Imperial Father. Gu Qin also called out excitedly. Now that Gu Hai could return safely, everyone relaxed. Continue flying. I need to enter closed-door cultivation for some time. Do not disturb me unless there is something important, Gu Hai instructed. Yes, everyone answered. Gu Hai had a feeling that nothing was more important than familiarizing himself with His Holiness's corpse. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation. The flying boat slowly flew towards the divine continent. In the sea region where 9-5 Island used to be, let's go, Yeha shouted gloomily. Rumble. The flying boat carrying the angels and the Solar Divine Hall experts quickly flew away. The Bat ancestor stood on the surface of the sea, looking coldly into the distance. At this moment, the group of vampires was extremely silent, not daring to say anything. Clearly, they had not recovered from the shock of the Chang clan's fourth son being eaten. After becoming a vampire, everything was under the control of the Bat ancestor. They could not live or die freely and could only wait to be eaten. Only Chang Sheng maintained his original attitude. Ancestor, it is good that you let Yeha go. The nation war is near. If we involve the Solar Divine Hall, it will be disadvantageous to us, Chang Sheng said sullenly. Yes, the Bat ancestor answered coldly. Ancestor, where are we going now? Chang Sheng asked solemnly. Gu Hai. I will not let him have an easy time. Even if 9-5 Island is gone, there is still Chaoga City, the Bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Ancestor, but His Majesty has promised not to touch the Han dynasty for 10 years. If we go, won't we be going against Daewon's will and making Daewon bear the infamy of treachery? Chang Sheng said respectfully. The Bat ancestor's expression turned cold as he looked at Chang Sheng. Moreover, before we left, we promised His Majesty that no matter the result of this trip, we must immediately head to the army and join forces with the other 4 major forces. Ancestor, you will be in charge of everything. This is an important matter for the country, and we cannot neglect it here. Chang Sheng tried to persuade him. The Bat ancestor stared at Chang Ming for a while before finally nodding unwillingly. Let's go and join forces with Qin Zibai, the Bat ancestor said coldly. Yes, all the Bat demons and vampires answered. Chapter 458. De Qian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. Inside the court hall. The officials stood in 2 rows with their heads lowered at this moment, so they couldn't see the appearance of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. At this moment, the only thing they could see from the corner of their eyes was the emperor's feet. His Holiness, what crime did Assistant Minister Zhang of the Ministry of War commit? Why did the Divine Dragon Guards arrest him without distinguishing between right and wrong? A minister stepped forward and reported impatiently. His Holiness, news just came from Huizhou that several city lords were arrested. Why is that? His Holiness, now that the 5 factions in the south are coming, why haven't our De Qian troops deployed at the border? Once the 5 factions invade our De Qian Celestial Empire, the people at the border will be plunged into misery and suffering. His Holiness, we are worried about the enemy in the south. We are willing to put on our armor and defend the De Qian. We are willing to go to war and destroy the rebel army. We will raze Qian City to the ground. In the court, the officials stepped out one after another, worried about the battlefield at the front lines. The 5 factions each had a declaration to the world. Heavenly Court City, as the center of De Qian, naturally received the news immediately. During this period, many officials were worried. If it was just one imperial dynasty, the officials would not be worried. Now, the 5 factions had formed an alliance, which was equivalent to 5 imperial dynasties. Moreover, the 5 factions' national strength had skyrocketed recently, especially the Day 1 imperial dynasty, which had obtained a heavenly dynasty treasure. Now, the 5 great powers had come in a menacing manner, gathering together to destroy Qian City. They were like the sun in the sky. The great emperors and Dao lords were all peerless experts. At such a critical moment, His Holiness was unmoved. He was not in a hurry to mobilize troops. What should they do? The officials were anxious, and some of them even began to clamor in the court due to their fiery tempers. Knock, 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 knock. A light tapping sound came from the dragon throne. It was Daqianqing sitting on the dragon throne. He did not move, only his right finger gently knocking on the dragon throne. It was not loud and could not be heard in the noisy court. However, this soft knocking sound slowly and strangely suppressed the clamor of the officials. Everyone gradually quieted down and returned to their seats. Gradually, only the soft knocking sound was left in the court. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very soft, but it was like thunder. It was so suppressive that the officials did not dare to breathe. After half an hour, the faint voice of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty came from the dragon throne. Since the De Qian Celestial Empire was established, I've always been free to speak my mind. I allow dissenting voices, and I even allow voices that voices opinions. I allow voices I's emperors's. I allow I's, allow SSSS. I SSS, said was. The officials stood respectfully, not daring to raise their heads. But some people are taking my salary, but they're doing things against emperors. Daqianqing's tone suddenly became cold. Hiss. The officials felt their hearts tighten. His Holiness's tone was not right today. Perhaps, some people came here to go against emperor's will. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Some people even had the intention to go against emperor's will. The crime of treason should be punished with 9 exterminations. Daqianqing said coldly. The officials did not dare to speak, because everyone could hear that His Holiness had the intention to kill. I've arranged for the 5 forces to gather in Qian City. See for yourself. Sima Zhongheng said coldly. King Ling Yang's expression was cold as he opened the scroll and read it carefully. The group of officials whispered to each other, their faces full of shock. King Ling Yang's expression changed as he read, impossible. How do you know? How do you know? The 5 forces came fiercely. Indeed, you didn't do anything, but your line moved. Sima Zhongheng said indifferently. King Ling Yang's expression changed. There are spies from the Deqian Celestial Empire in the Five Forces. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to know about this. Sima Zongheng looked at King Ling Yang coldly. His Holiness Celestial Empire said that the Five Forces gathered because His Holiness Celestial Empire arranged it. Then, the destruction of Qian City was just a trap. A trap set by His Holiness Celestial Empire for the Five Forces. Waiting for them to jump in. King Ling Yang's eyes widened. Sima Zongheng didn't say anything and only stared at King Ling Yang. No wonder His Holiness Celestial Empire wasn't in a hurry to send troops. This was all a scheme. No wonder the Five Forces Northern Expedition was brought forward. So it was all because of His Holiness Celestial Empire. Ha 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 ha. King Ling Yang's eyes were filled with shock as he laughed. The Five Forces came fiercely and were all under His Holiness Celestial Empire's control. King Ling Yang, His Holiness Celestial Empire has treated you well and gave you what you deserve. Why did you ally with the Day One Celestial Empire? What's in it for you? Even if your plan succeeds, you won't lose as much as you gain. Sima Zongheng frowned. Ha ha, you won't lose as much as you gain. That's right. But now I have hope of establishing an empire. Why did Lu Yang rebel? He was only below one person and above all others. Why did he rebel? Because he didn't want to have someone above him. King Ling Yang looked up at Daiqianqing's Celestial Empire. His Holiness Celestial Empire gave you a chance during the battle with the Lu Yang of Gojoseon. Sima Zongheng said. Chance? Humph, the winner takes all. Since I was discovered by you, then I have lost. The Deqian Celestial Empire. I was once proud, but the human heart can never be satisfied. His Holiness Celestial Empire. Back then, you were like me, or even worse. Why can you rule the world while I can only be your servant? I can't accept this. I want to fight. Ha 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 ha. What a pity, what a pity. King Ling Yang suddenly said bitterly. King Ling Yang, please. You know that your sins are unforgivable. Sima Zongheng said. King Ling Yang looked at Daiqianqing's Celestial Empire. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to fight. Slowly, he took off his official hat. Immediately, a large number of guards came forward and sealed King Ling Yang's cultivation with magic treasures. Let's go. They're waiting outside the court. Sima Zongheng said. King Ling Yang's eyelids twitched. He guessed who was waiting outside. He looked at His Holiness Celestial Empire and shouted, His Holiness Celestial Empire, I've done my best for the Deqian Empire. Daiqianqing Celestial Empire said indifferently, that's why I allowed you to reincarnate. King Ling Yang's expression froze. In the end, he laughed bitterly and stepped out of the court. Ha 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 ha. Outside the court, there was a commotion. I'm King Ling Yang's son. What are you doing? Who dares to capture me? My lord is King Ling Yang. If you dare to capture me, His Holiness Celestial Empire won't let you go. Spare me, I don't know anything. Outside the court, the cries of King Ling Yang's family could be heard. Only when King Ling Yang was escorted out did all the cries stop. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A series of shouts sounded. Execute. A loud shout sounded. Bang! It was the sound of a knife cutting through flesh. Splash! Gurgle! The sound of blood splattering and heads rolling sounded outside the court. In the court, the officials immediately trembled. King Ling Yang's family was wiped out. He was King Ling Yang. There was complete silence in the hall. Don't count on destroying Qian City. Now, they've started to fight among themselves, right? Next, I'll plead with His Holiness Celestial Empire in exchange for the lives of your families. Do you want to stand out, or do you want me to point it out? If I point it out, King Ling Yang's end will be your end. Sima Zongheng said coldly. Among the crowd of officials, a few of them shuddered. As for who was trying to sow discord, no one could tell, because some of the topics were even raised by the leaders of the 5 great factions. On the 3rd day, the internal strife intensified. On the 4th day, the internal strife intensified, and they almost parted on bad terms. That ancestor returned. Chang Sheng, Qin Zibai, and the others all had ugly expressions. It's going to collapse, the 5-party meeting is going to collapse. That ancestor said with a gloomy expression. Yeah. Qin Zibai said bitterly. Ancestor, since this matter is not feasible, we should prepare to return to the capital. Everything is unfavorable, we can't rashly head north. Chang Sheng advised. No. That ancestor suddenly narrowed his eyes. Oh. The 5 great factions are pushing each other away. The most important thing is that they are worried about Daqiansheng. No one dares to be the first to face Daqiansheng, so they are pushing each other away. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty was a hurdle that could never be avoided. Whoever is the vanguard may lead Daqiansheng to be the first to counterattack. No one is willing. That ancestor said coldly. No one is willing to take the lead, then what should we do? Chang Sheng frowned. That ancestor smiled coldly and said, Day one can. Oh. Chang Sheng was slightly stunned. His Majesty's spies have already found out that Long Wanyu is in Chaoga City at this moment. Only Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji are with her. As long as we catch Long Wanyu, Daqiansheng won't dare to target us. That ancestor sneered. Gu Hai's Chaoga City. But His Majesty has already promised Gu Hai that he won't harass Chaoga City for 10 years. Chang Sheng frowned. It's just Chaoga City. What are you worried about? Don't you know that nothing else matters when it comes to national interests? That ancestor said coldly. But His Majesty has already promised. If he goes back on his word, won't he be breaking his promise to the people? Chang Sheng was worried. Breaking my promise? Ha 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 ha, what's the point of breaking my promise? My day one will be at the height of his power. That ancestor sneered. But this is your idea. His Majesty won't agree, will he? Chang Sheng frowned. Whoosh. That ancestor suddenly took out an imperial edict. Huh? Chang Sheng's face changed. His Majesty agreed and gave me an imperial edict. His Majesty knew that today's infighting wouldn't go so smoothly, so he left this imperial edict in case of emergency. That ancestor sneered. His Majesty's imperial edict? Chang Sheng said in shock. Chang Sheng slowly received the imperial edict and carefully read it. When he confirmed that it was written by Shiyu the Great, Chang Sheng showed an incredulous expression. That's impossible. How could His Majesty do this? How? Alright, Chang Sheng. Cut the crap and get ready to set off for Chaoga City. 9-5 Island escaped, but Chaoga City can't. Gu Hai. I want to finish what I did not finish at 9-5 Island in Chaoga City. That ancestor glared. Chang Sheng suddenly raised his head. That ancestor, are you saying that you want to kill all the people of Chaoga City? Kill all? How can we let them off so easily? That ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Clearly, that ancestor wanted to take revenge on Chaoga City. On the side, Qin Zibai felt anxious. In the end, he could only sigh. Chang Sheng's eyes flickered. Finally, his expression changed. No. Huh? That ancestor looked at Chang Sheng coldly. Chang Sheng seemed to have made a decision. He took a deep breath and said respectfully, Ancestor, I don't think this is appropriate. Why? Long Wanyu. After the battle at day 1, Daqiansheng will definitely send experts to protect Long Wanyu. It will not just be Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji. Ancestor, if we go rashly, we might return empty-handed. Changxing said solemnly. After Changxing said that, the bat ancestor frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he nodded. Daqiansheng had to oversee Heavenly Court City and could not be there. However, Long Wanyu would definitely be protected. Yi Shenzhen and Li Shenji. It was impossible for only the two of them to go. But I have to go. Bat ancestor said coldly. No, it's not that I don't want you to go, but you can't go like this. Changsheng shook his head. Oh. Bat ancestor looked at Changsheng. Bat ancestor, actually, it doesn't matter who goes first among the 5 forces. Deqian has not been destroyed yet. Isn't it too early to talk about how much Deqian will be divided? Changxing smiled bitterly. Yes, I also think it's too early. However, they are fighting among themselves. Bat ancestor said with a frown. So, let's talk about it after we destroy Deqian. As for who controls Long Wanyu, it doesn't matter. As long as we can destroy Deqian. So, if Ancestor wants to go to Chaoga City, you can definitely encourage the leaders of the 4 forces to go together. Changxing solemnly said. Oh. That Ancestor narrowed his eyes, considering the feasibility. 2 great emperors and 2 Dao lords will go with Ancestor. What can't they do? When the time comes to capture Long Wanyu, it will be a piece of cake. It will be foolproof. At that time, it won't matter how Ancestor deals with Chaoga City. Tomorrow, I will go with Ancestor to persuade them to go to the 5-party talk to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Changxing solemnly said. That Ancestor pondered for a while and finally laughed. Ha 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 ha, good, Changxing. No wonder His Majesty values you so much. You are indeed far-sighted. No, all of this is Ancestor's consideration. I just listened to Ancestor and made some modifications. Changxing smiled. Good, good, ha 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 ha, good. Tomorrow, you will go to the 5-party talk with me. Humph, this time it will be foolproof. That Ancestor said coldly. Yes. Everyone answered. Qin Zibai frowned and looked at Changsheng, but in the end, he could only feel helpless. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Chang family did not think much of it and went back to rest. Changsheng returned to his residence. Father, why did you say that just now? Changming found it strange. Just now, Changsheng was obviously flattering Ancestor. It had never been like this before. Changxing reached out and set up a soundproof formation. His expression turned solemn. Changming. Ah. Changming looked at Changsheng, who suddenly became serious, in confusion. Now, I have something for you to do. I hope you won't disappoint me. Changxing solemnly said. Father, tell me. Changming did not understand. As for the others, I can't save them. Now, there is an opportunity. I fought for this opportunity with great difficulty. You must grasp it well. You must do well. Changxing said solemnly. What? The Bat Ancestor is going to Chaoga to deal with the Dahan? Capturing Long Wanyu and taking revenge on the people of Chaoga is a disaster for the Han dynasty. However, it is an opportunity for you. After the 5-party talk tomorrow, we will consider going to Chaoga. There is still 1 day left. Take my letter and go to Chaoga immediately. Changxing solemnly said. Report? What report? Changming was slightly surprised. Send a message to Chaoga, and then send a message to Gubwa as soon as possible. That's a huge favor to you. You must seize it. Changxing glared. As he spoke, Changxing quickly went to the desk, grabbed a brush, and began to write. Ah. Report? Father, you're not joking, right? Changming said in shock. Yes, go as fast as you can. Changxing said with a hint of excitement. Father, are we committing treason? Changming looked at Changxing blankly. Changxing paused and looked at Changming. Treason. Ha, I am indebted to His Majesty. That is why when the Bat ancestor wanted to raise a family to increase his strength, I agreed when His Majesty told me. However, since the moment we became vampires, I have already repaid His Majesty. Second brother, third brother, and the others will definitely die. Perhaps I will also die. Now, you can't die. The country has already abandoned us. What treason is this? Changming was stunned. He was silent for a while, digesting what his father said. After a while, Changxing finished writing 2 letters and put them in 2 envelopes. Chaoga City is now under the control of Shangguan. Give this letter to Shangguan. Changxing solemnly said. Changxing gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Give this letter to Gu Hai personally. Changxing solemnly said. Ah. Give it to Shangguan, I can do it. After all, he is in Chaoga City. But where is Gu Hai? How can I give it to him? Changming was at a loss. I guess Gu Hai should be on the way back to Chaoga City from the Thousand Island Sea. As for how to find him, it is up to you. You are a person blessed by the heavens. You have great luck in those unimportant things in the past. This time, I hope your luck will not fail you. Changxing solemnly said. But Changming smiled bitterly. Go, do as I say. Changxing solemnly said. Chapter 460. Annihilate Qian City. Changming left. Changsheng, on the other hand, found the second and third brothers of the Chang clan and gave them a simple explanation, telling them that Changming should return to the capital city to seek refuge. He told them not to be too serious in front of the Bat ancestor. Before the Chang clan's fourth brother was eaten, the second and third brothers would definitely disagree with Changsheng. However, after the Bat ancestor ate their fourth brother, the two suddenly realized that their eldest brother was more trustworthy than the Bat ancestor. They nodded in agreement. The next day, the 5-party conference was held again. Changsheng was the one who fought hard in the 5-party conference. Originally, they could have reached an agreement very quickly, but Changsheng insisted on it for a long time, delaying it again and again. In the eyes of the Bat ancestor, Changsheng was fighting for more benefits for him, so he let him do as he pleased. Just like that, another 3 days passed. The 2 great emperors and 2 Dao lords finally agreed to the Bat ancestor's unfair conditions. Alright, Bat ancestor, we've already agreed. Why aren't you taking us there yet? A great emperor in dragon robes said coldly. That's right. Until now, none of you have been willing to tell us where Long Wanyu is. What if she runs away? Hurry up. A Dao lord in Daoist robes said coldly. Alright, since everyone has agreed, I hope that everyone will work together this time. Prepare your flying boats. We'll set off in 2 hours. The Bat ancestor smiled confidently. Humph. Everyone snorted. After another 2 hours, Changsheng and the others boarded the Bat ancestor's flying boat. The other 4 factions also boarded their own flying boats and slowly left Annihilate Qian City. 5 flying boats flew towards Chaoga at an extremely fast speed. Qin Zibai stayed behind to continue leading the troops. The Bat ancestor and the Chang clan elders all went. On the Daewan's flying boat, Changsheng stood alone at the bow of the boat, looking into the distance with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. It's been 4 days. Tomorrow, you have to work hard. Deqian Celestial Empire. Heavenly Courts. Daiqianqing's study. A curtain divided the study into 2 parts. On the other side of the curtain, Daiqianqing seemed to be sitting in front of a desk, writing something. It was hazy, and his face could not be seen clearly. On the other side of the curtain, a group of officials led by Sima Zongheng stood respectfully outside the curtain. Reporting to His Holiness, almost all the spies in the court have been found. Sima Zongheng said respectfully. Yes, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty answered calmly. His Holiness, Yang Qi said, all of these spies were willing to help us deal with their masters. His Holiness was the wisest of all. He was able to see through the fog and scare them into submission. There were some people we never would have expected to be killed by King's Spirit Ocean. None of them had any hope left. Sima Zongheng said with a smile. The 5 forces should have all come to Zhaoge City by now, shouldn't they? Dai Qiansheng put down the brush slowly. It should be about time. Princess Wanyu's whereabouts have been revealed for some time. An official beside him said respectfully. Behind the curtain, Dai Qiansheng tapped his fingers on the desk and said faintly, since it's about time, let's get ready to harvest. Yes. The people outside the curtain responded. Separated by countless distances, every move of the 5 forces was within the grasp of Dai Qiansheng. Chang Ming left 4 days before Bat Ancestor. Along the way, his speed was already at its maximum. These days, he had carefully explored all the people in his mind. The more he explored, the more Chang Ming realized that the people he had looked down on before were actually so powerful. Whoosh! The flying boat was very fast. Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Vampire! It's a vampire! A commotion broke out in the city. Bang! Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji arrived at Long Wanyu's small courtyard at about the same time. The vampires are here. Protect the princess. Yi Shenzhen said in a low voice. Vampire? Long Wanyu showed some doubt. At Shangguan Hen's residence, normally, Shangguan Hen would not interfere in Chaoge City's affairs. However, Gu Hai gave Shangguan Hen the greatest authority. Whenever there was a problem, Shangguan Hen could decide with a single word. Quick! Report to Mr. Shangguan. The vampire is here. Quick! Why is Mr. Shangguan not coming out yet? Quickly inform Mr. Shangguan. A group of officials anxiously surrounded the large hall where Shangguan Hen was. My master is in closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb him. A servant stopped everyone. But my Chaoge is in danger again. That Chang Ming is here again. A group of officials was very anxious. The servants still didn't let them come forward. In the large hall, Shangguan Hen showed a painful expression on his face. What's going on? The will of the Supreme Master Xuanwu of the previous generation? Aren't you already dead? Shangguan Hen said with a hideous expression on his face. Buzz! Shangguan Hen exuded a black air around him. No, it's not the energy of the previous generation's Supreme Master Xuanwu. It's an evil energy. Who are you? Why are you in my body? And you can mobilize the power of the God of Xuanwu in my body? Shangguan Hen said with his eyes wide open. Ha 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 ha, who am I? Young man, you have protected the God of Xuanwu. I'll remember you. Now, it's time for you to step aside. A strange voice came out from Shangguan Hen's body. You are courting death. God, listen to my call. Destroy this evil energy. Shangguan Hen waved his hand. Buzz! A large amount of white light came out from between his eyebrows and filled Shangguan Hen's body in an instant. Immediately, the black air was purified. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ha 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 ha. The strange voice gradually weakened. After a while, the energy disappeared completely. When he couldn't feel it anymore, Shangguan Hen stood up, sweating profusely. What's going on? It's been half a year. It appears once every month, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Why is there such a thing in my body? Shangguan Hen said in shock as he wiped the sweat off his body. With a gloomy face, Shangguan Hen slowly opened the door. Kwang! The moment the door was opened, countless officials outside shouted anxiously, Mr. Shangguan, the vampire is here again. It's that Chang Ming, Chang Ming. Huh? Shang Guanhen's face darkened. Raising his head, he saw that the sky was filled with countless bats at this moment. These bats didn't attack Chaoga City. They just flew around Chaoga City. It seemed like they were waiting for someone. Shang Guanhen, where are you? Chang Ming's shout suddenly came from outside the city. Chapter 461. Chaoga City. Chang Ming released tens of thousands of bats, attracting the attention of the entire city, and finally met Shang Guanhen. Huangfu Palace entrance. All the officials looked at Chang Ming as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Only Shang Guanhen was brave enough to let Chang Ming stand in front of him. Why should I believe you? Shang Guanhen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. It's none of my business whether people die or not. This is a letter from my father. Read it yourself. I'm leaving. Chang Ming said gloomily. I came all the way here to deliver the letter and save you, but you don't believe me? Shang Guanhen took the letter and opened it in front of Chang Ming. He read it carefully. After reading it, Shang Guanhen's expression suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, Shang Guanhen bowed solemnly to Chang Ming. Not far away, Long Wanyu and the others who had hurried over were confused. Shang Guanhen. Bowing to Chang Ming. Li Shenji narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. Last time, Shang Guanhen's poisonous light had poisoned Chang Ming. Why was he bowing to Chang Ming today? Something happened? Long Wanyu was slightly startled. Yi Shenzhen narrowed his eyes, his expression slightly gloomy. Many thanks to young Master Chang for coming to deliver the letter. Shang Guanhen, on behalf of the people of Chaoga City, thanks Grand Duke Chang Sheng for his righteousness. Many thanks to young Master Chang for your trouble. Shang Guanhen said solemnly. Chang Ming opened his mouth, his gloomy expression becoming more and more profound. Just now, Shang Guanhen didn't believe him. Now, with a letter from my father, you believe it? Wasn't he looking down on him too much? Alright, I'm leaving. Do as you see fit. Chang Ming flew up gloomily. He flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. Swish! Steering the flying boat, Chang Ming flew into the distance in a depressed manner. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Shang Guanhen watched as Chang Ming left. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Chang Sheng. Why did he choose to leak information? However, this was not the time to think about it. He held on to the envelope as if it weighed 1,000 caddies. Shang Guanhen. What happened? Long Wanyu suddenly jumped over curiously. Shang Guanhen looked at Long Wanyu and took a deep breath. Princess, perhaps you should leave this place immediately. Huh? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. The Bat ancestor has brought 2 great emperors and 2 Dao lords to Chaoga City to capture you. They'll be here in a few days, Shang Guanhen said solemnly. The news from Chang Ming. You believe it? Li Shenji raised his eyebrows and looked at Shang Guanhen. Shang Guanhen ignored him. Instead, he looked at Long Wanyu. Princess, please leave immediately. They're coming for you. Before the emperor comes back, nothing can happen to you. Huh? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Princess, don't worry too much. Chang Ming's words may not be trusted. Besides, aren't you waiting here for Mr. Good to come back? If you leave, you won't be able to wait for Mr. Good immediately. Yi Shenzhen said with a smile. Shang Guanhen looked at Yi Shenzhen with a slight frown. Does he not believe me? I'll leave. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Huh? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. As long as the luck is there, my brother-in-law will be safe. As long as he's safe, everything will be fine. If my brother-in-law trusts Shang Guanhen, then I trust him too. Leave with me immediately. Don't cause trouble for my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. But. Yi Shenzhen's expression was bitter. His Holiness had already thought about it. You can't leave. But what? I said I'll leave, so I'll leave. Long Wanyu said with a glare. Princess, do you feel danger? Yi Shenzhen asked one last time. No. Long Wanyu shook her head. Since you don't feel danger, then there's no need to. Yi Shenzhen said with a bitter smile. I can seek luck and avoid calamity, but will it be accurate? Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Long Wanyu glared at Yi Shenzhen and ignored him. Fine. By the way, take Ziwei and Changxing with you. Sheng Guanhen said. I will. My brother-in-law asked them to protect me. They'll follow me wherever I go. Long Wanyu nodded. Sheng Guanhen nodded. Long Wanyu left obediently. Sheng Guanhen, on the other hand, read the letter in his hand again. Solemnly, Sheng Guanhen said to the officials behind him after a moment of silence, tell the people to leave Chaoga as soon as possible. The enemy is right in front of us, and will be wiped out. What? The officials opened their eyes wide. Go now. Sheng Guanhen glared at them. Mr. Shengguan, do you mean all the people? An official asked in confusion. That's right. All the people are to leave Chaoga and hide in other cities until the emperor returns. Solemnly, Sheng Guanhen said Sheng Guanhen. But this is the capital of the Dahan. You want the people to leave. They definitely won't want to. Also, this news is too strange. Could it be fake? An official said worriedly. Sheng Guanhen narrowed his eyes and said coldly to the official, if it's fake, I'll take all the responsibility. You just need to persuade, no, drive the people out of the city. Drive them out? What if they don't want to and resist? We can't kill them to scare them, right? Then drive them out with all your might. In the name of the imperial court, ask them to leave Chaoga City. All the soldiers will cooperate. Sheng Guanhen said seriously. The officials still didn't believe it, but after a moment of silence, they nodded. The imperial court had told them that Sheng Guanhen could make all the decisions in Chaoga. The officials could only feel helpless. Indeed, when the news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. I'm not leaving. What kind of storms have I weathered? Didn't I still survive? I want to stay in Chaoga City. 5 peerless experts are coming. What a joke. How can we trust the words of those vampires? I'm not leaving. Since the imperial court said so, it must be true. Let's leave as soon as possible. 2 voices rang out in the city. Some were willing to believe it and some did not. They were unwilling to leave Chaoga City. There were more than 100 million people in the city. There was no time to organize them quickly. The city was too large. Cranes and flying boats quickly transported the willing people away. The entire city bustled with activity. Long Wanyu packed up her things and led Ziwei, Longevity, Venerable Lun Yan, Yi Shenzhen, and Li Shinji on a flying boat, flying out of the city. In a small courtyard in the city, a group of azure-robed men stood in the small courtyard. All of them showed extremely solemn expressions. The leader was none other than Crown Prince Ao Shui's younger brother, the current Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng led the group to stand respectfully outside a room. He looked at the tightly shut door. Tap! 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 The sound of fingers tapping on the desk came from the room. Sheng Guanhen. Ha! Not bad. He has the boldness of the previous Xuanwu Supreme. A middle-aged man's voice came from the study. Royal Father, His Holiness planned for the 5 major factions to come to Chaoga City. Everything was under our control. Unexpectedly, Changming appeared and messed up our plans. It messed up our plans. Crown Prince Aosheng said with a frown. Never mind. This is fine as well. If Cluster Lord Wanyu does not leave, Chaoga City will be razed to the ground. Chaoga City's citizens will suffer heavy casualties. I already informed Yi Shenzhen to leave behind traces when he leaves. This will make it easier for the 5 major factions to find the Cluster Lord, the middle-aged man in the study said seriously. Yes. Everyone else, come with me. Crown Prince, you stay behind, the middle-aged man said again. I'm staying. Ao Sheng asked, feeling confused. In the end, Gu Hai saved Ram Saint. This is considered a great achievement in the Deqian. You stay behind. If there is anything you can do, help out. The middle-aged man said seriously. Yes. A complicated look flashed in Ao Sheng's eyes as he nodded. Above the vast sea, a white cloud was flying at an extremely fast speed in the sky. 9-5 Island flew through the white cloud. This white cloud moved extremely fast, much faster than when Gu Hai chased after it. It already reached the speed of an ordinary flying ship. At the soaring palace hall, Gu Qin controlled the life entrapment saber and looked at the vast land in the distance. Crown Prince, we are about to enter the divine continent. Should we speed up? At this speed, we will arrive in about 4 days. An official said excitedly. No, reduce the speed. Gu Qin said seriously. 9-5 Island is not suitable for sudden braking. Slow down slowly. When it is time for the morning song, stop completely. Gu Qin said seriously. Then, won't this drag on for a long time? I know. Start slowing down, then. Inform the people in charge of pushing the ritual array. Gu Qin said seriously. Yes. After 1 incense stick of time, boom. 9-5 Island shook slightly, and its speed slowly decreased. In a small courtyard not far from the soaring palace hall, the former dragon race's crown prince, Ao Shun, was currently playing Go with Gu Hai. A figure clad in black staggered about at the side, pouring tea for Gu Hai and Ao Shun. When Ao Shun saw this staggered, black-robed figure, he appeared confused. Is this a zombie? Even zombies walk more nimbly than him. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Him. He's already much better. The black-robed figure was His Holiness's corpse. Now, he could walk under Gu Hai's control. However, his movements were still somewhat stiff. Crown Prince Ao Shun, how has your stay on 9-5 Island been over the past few years? Gu Hai asked with a smile. How has my stay been? What do you think? What is there to talk about when you are just a lowly prisoner? Ao Shun retorted coldly. Sometimes, stopping for a while is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Gu Hai smiled. Ao Shun frowned as he looked at Gu Hai, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Until today, no one from the dragon race has come to talk to me about you. Ao Sheng did not, the Deqian did not, and the dragon race's primes did not either. Gu Hai shook his head. Ao Shun's eyelids twitched. What are you trying to say? I came to look for you today to tell you that you are free. Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Ah. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Gu Hai extended his hand and pointed at Ao Shun's chest. That was a seal. It did not require great strength to undo it. Gu Hai could do it now. Suddenly, an explosion came from Ao Shun's body. Ao Shun cried out in pain. Boom! After Ao Shun's seal was undone, a vast aura of a heavenly palace burst out of his body. Chapter 462. Beside the sea, Changming steered the flying ship around, feeling depressed. Is the world that big? How am I supposed to find Gu Hai? Father thinks too highly of me. Do you think that I can find whoever I want? Changming looked around, feeling depressed. Xiao Chen had flown all the way here from Chaoga. However, he had not seen Gu Hai along the way. In front of him was a boundless sea. This meant that one would feel a sense of despair just by looking at it. As the flying ship flew high in the sky, Changming showed despair in his eyes. There was only the blue sky and white clouds in this vast sea. Where should I fly? A huge white cloud flew towards him from the distance. Changming did not think much of it. It was just a white cloud. He had seen many of them along the way. This was just a clump of fog. He would enter it soon. Changming turned his head and looked at the land behind him. The primogenitor and the others should have reached Chaoga by now, right? What's the point of finding Guhai? Changming smiled bitterly. Never mind. I won't search anymore. I'd better go back and take a look. My report must have been exposed. I wonder if father will be in danger. Changming sighed softly. Xiaochen turned his head and turned the flying ship around, preparing to fly back. Suddenly, the gigantic white cloud came crashing over. Changming still did not think much of it. Prepare to leave, then. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Changming's flying ship instantly broke apart. The white cloud crashed into Changming, causing his face to deform. Is this a white cloud? Aren't all white clouds fog? My flying ship! Changming exclaimed. White clouds were not completely white clouds. However, 9-5 Island was wrapped in white clouds. At the soaring palace hall's entrance, Crown Prince, there was a loud sound in front. Did we crash into something? An official asked in shock. Let's go take a look. Guqin shouted. Changming was sent flying by the white clouds. No, Changming saw it clearly. This was a transparent barrier. Outside the barrier was white clouds, but inside the barrier was a piece of land. It was a huge piece of land. Changming's mouth was wide open as he looked at the land in shock. 995 Island? Changming said in shock. Not long ago, when Changming was preparing to exterminate 95 Island, he had done his homework and knew the shape of 95 Island. However, the 95 Island of the Thousand Island Sea was gone. Who goes there? A guard shouted from afar. Changming looked at the guards in shock. I was hit by an island. I know him. I saw him last time in Zhaoga City. He is that unlucky guy, a guard yelled in surprise. Unlucky bastard. Am I unlucky? Changming's face instantly darkened. It was only in the Han Dynasty that no one dared to call a person favored by heaven an unlucky bastard. Quick, report to the Crown Prince. That unlucky vampire is here. The guard shouted. Quickly go and report this to the Emperor. The guards immediately shouted. The Emperor? Guhai. Changming's eyes lit up. Guhai is here. I want to see Guhai. Zhaoga City. The flying boats carried groups of civilians out of Zhaoga City. However, there were too many civilians in Zhaoga City, and Zhaoga City was too big. In addition, many civilians were unwilling to leave. Even after 4 days and 4 nights of non-stop transportation, nearly half of the civilians were unable to leave in time or were unwilling to leave. Nearly 50 million civilians were still resentful of Shangguanhen for dragging so many people. Huangfu Palace. The officials looked at Shangguanhen anxiously. Mr. Shangguan, we have tried our best, but they are unwilling to leave. The officials said bitterly. Life and death are predestined. Perhaps I am wrong. Shangguanhen shook his head and sighed. The officials did not speak. It was obvious that they were convinced that Shangguanhen was wrong. Shangguanhen looked at the chaos in the city. Because of the forced eviction, there were riots in many places. There were even some conflicts everywhere, and fires broke out everywhere. The city was full of smoke and fire, and it was a mess. However, Shangguanhen did not regret it. At least half of the civilians were saved. Mr. Shangguan, it has been 4 days. There is no danger like that vampire said. This. An official even looked at Shang Guanhen with complaint. Just as everyone looked at Shang Guanhen with complaint. Shang Guanhen's pupils contracted. In the distant sky, 5 flying boats were approaching quickly. On the 5 boats, there were many large flags. The words on the flags were Yuan, Yi, Xian, Hantian, and Yunfu. The people from the 5 forces are here. Quick, activate the formation. Shang Guanhen's expression changed as he shouted with his eyes wide open. Ah, ah, ah. The officials who were about to complain about Shang Guanhen froze. Boom. 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 The 5 flying boats stopped abruptly outside Zhaoga City along with a gust of wind. On the flying boats, a group of peerless powerhouses stood on the deck. Your Majesty, we are here. Sect Master, we are here. Ancestor, we are here. That ancestor and the others had already walked to the front. A dynasty? It was nothing to a group of great emperors and Dao lords. What was a dynasty that could not even form the golden dragon of luck? That ancestor, is this the place? A man in a dragon robe looked coldly at Daewon's flying boat. Yes, this is the place. Long Wanyu is here. That ancestor looked excited at this moment. Changsheng suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because there were still many people in Chaoga City. Changming did not come. Changsheng showed a trace of anxiety on his face. No, the last time I was here, there were a lot fewer people. There are not many people left, a vampire said in shock. Oh. Changsheng was slightly stunned. Indeed, there were a lot fewer people in the city. Did that mean that Changming had been here? In the city, the moment the city guarding formation was activated, the people who had been swearing and complaining about Shang Guanhen making a fuss suddenly trembled. That's impossible, right? Countless people showed a look of horror when they saw the 5 huge flying boats. Is it true that there are big flags on them? Is it true? The people in the city immediately showed a look of despair and regret. Mr. Shangguan, what should we do now? The officials of Huangfu Hall also looked anxiously at Shang Guanhen. Shang Guanhen's eyelids twitched wildly. He came. Whoosh. Suddenly, a man in red flew out of the city. Who is that? Shang Guanhen's face changed. He saw the man in red rushing straight to the 5 flying boats. Sect Master, are you looking for Long Wanyu? The man in red shouted. The people on the 5 flying boats looked over at the same time. Among them, on the flying boat with the 2 words Hantian, a man in a purple robe suddenly said, "This is my Hantian sect's disciple. A month ago, I arranged a group of people to go to the 4 Directions city." Oh. Everyone was slightly stunned. You have seen Long Wanyu? In the city? Hantian sect master said coldly. No, they left 4 days ago, but we have sent people to follow them. It's not far, I know where they are. In that direction, the man in red shouted. Oh. Everyone's expression changed. They all showed a trace of joy. Are you sure? Hantian sect master said coldly. This subordinate guarantees with his head. Sect master, quickly, I will take you there. The man in red shouted. Everyone's eyes were uncertain, but they finally nodded. Okay. The man in red boarded Hantian sect's flying boat and was about to leave together. That ancestor raised his eyebrows. Everyone, since you know where Long Wanyu is, you go first. I still have some personal grievances to settle here, so I will be back soon. Bat ancestor shouted. Up to you. Everyone said lightly. Several bat monsters were sent to follow them, but Bat ancestor turned to look at Chaoga City. Huff, huff, huff. In the blink of an eye, the people of the 4 forces left, leaving only Daewon's people, who looked at Chaoga City together. Daewon? Ha 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 ha, Chaoga, Chaoga. Bat Ancestor suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Rumble. Suddenly, rolling bats covered the sky and earth in all directions. The four forces left, leaving Bat Ancestor's side. That's still. Shangguan Hen showed a worried expression. The officials were already dumbfounded. Complaining about Shangguan Hen? No, now they were only left with deep regret. Why didn't they listen to Shangguan Hen? The people who stayed behind also showed a look of despair. It's okay, it's okay. We have the city defense formation. They can't break it. Some people comforted themselves in fear. Boom. However, they saw Bat Ancestor hit the barrier of the formation with his palm. Under the huge force, the barrier exploded instantly, and even more than half of the city towers collapsed. Surround Chaoga City. Today, no one will leave. Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Yes. All the vampires and bat monsters shouted. In a small courtyard in the city, Dragon Prince Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes at Bat Ancestor and the others outside the city. Crown Prince, should we make a move? A dragon subordinate asked. Ao Sheng smiled coldly. My father only said that we can help if we can. Bat Ancestor's palm strike just now has the power of someone who just entered the Heavenly Palace, right? It is already beyond what I can do, so there is no need to worry about it. Yes. Ao Sheng did not intend to interfere. There was almost no power in the city that could resist Bat Ancestor. On 9-5 Island, Gu Hai reached out and undid Ao Shun's seal. Ao Shun's aura instantly erupted. However, Ao Shun only relaxed for a moment before he withdrew his aura and sat down again. Ao Shun understood that Gu Hai dared to let him go because he was no longer afraid of his strength. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Go to the Heavenly Palace? In the past, my strength was not obvious, so I did not understand the meaning of opening the Heavenly Palace. You were the former Dragon Prince. Go to the Heavenly Palace? You are too weak, right? Furthermore, you brought thousands of dragon race cultivators with you back then. Those dragon race cultivators were too weak, right? The Yuanying state. Ao Shun took a deep breath and shook his head. We are Sin Dragons. Oh. Go to the Heavenly Palace? How can I only go to the Heavenly Palace? It is just like Miao Chen. He was at the peak of the Middle Heavenly Palace in the past. Now, he just entered the Lower Heavenly Palace. He did so because Xuanwu died. However, I sealed my divinity because of Sin Dragons. My former subordinates were Sin Dragons. The Yuanying state. Ha! You are lucky. If you had not sealed your divinity back then, 9-5 Island would have been destroyed long ago, Ao Shun said seriously. Sealed your divinity? No wonder. Gu Hai nodded. Why did you release me? Ao Shun asked with a frown. Because I discovered that the Dragon Race Primes were using me to detain you. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. My father. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Why did no one from the Deqian side come to speak up for you? Why did no one from the dragon race come to save you? Why did Ao Sheng not come to save you either? Perhaps they were happy to see you detain. Furthermore, it seems that they finally achieved their goal of detaining you. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Ao Shun asked, feeling confused. Do you still remember your temper in the past? In the past? Ao Shun asked with a frown. Impetuous, extremely impetuous. I don't know how you lost your position as Crown Prince. However, I know that after you lost your position as Crown Prince, you became so impetuous that you wanted to take revenge and reclaim your position as Crown Prince. You did not even care if Lu Yang of Gojoseon could help you, so you agreed to let him work with you. Isn't that impetuous? Gu Hai smiled. Ao Shun fell silent. Supremacy of the Dragon Clan, let me use my hand to suppress your temper. No matter what, you are very different from before, aren't you? Gu Hai sighed slightly. Perhaps. Ao Shun nodded with a complicated look in his eyes. Just as the two were talking. Father. Gu Qin rushed over anxiously. Behind him was Chang Ming, who was at a loss. You found her? Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai strangely. What's wrong? Gu Hai turned to look at him in confusion. Something happened to Chaoga. Gu Qin said with an ugly expression. Phew. Gu Hai stood up immediately and stared at Chang Ming. Chang Ming didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately told his father what he knew and handed him the letter. Gu Hai immediately opened the letter and read it. His pupils shrank as soon as he read it. Daiqiansheng, go. Gu Hai's face turned cold. What? What does it have to do with Daiqiansheng? Chang Ming asked blankly. The people of Deqian are people. Are the people of Dehan not people? Gu Hai looked gloomy. Father, how is it? Gu Qin asked worriedly. Continue flying as planned. I'm going to leave first. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Bingheim and Miao Chen, who had rushed over, were also confused. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Bingheim immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Miao Chen immediately called out as well. There's no need. It's useless for all the greater heavenly martial emperors and Dao lords to follow. Protecting 9-5 Island is the key. You all remain on 9-5 Island. Chang Ming, come with me. Gu Hai said seriously. After saying that, Gu Hai flipped his hand and grabbed His Holiness's corpse. Then, he walked out of Ao Shun's courtyard. Dongfang Bubi and 9-5 Island are safe. I'll have to trouble you. Gu Hai called out to a pavilion not far away. At the entrance of that pavilion, Dongfang Bubi nodded. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. By the way, I have already undone Ao Shun's seal. Whether he wants to leave or stay is up to him. Gu Hai said to Gu Qin as he turned his head. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Chang Ming, let's go. Gu Hai led Chang Ming onto the flying ship and immediately headed for Chaoga. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the flying ship reached the horizon, vanishing from everyone's sight. Everyone watched as Gu Hai left, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. The one with the most complicated emotions was Ao Shun's. Now, he was free. Free? This should be something to be happy about. However, why could he not feel happy? On the flying ship, Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Gu. Mr. Good, it has already been so long. We still need a few more days to return. It might be too late by then. Gu Hai looked into the distance, ignoring Chang Ming. Chapter 463. On Gu Hai and Chang Ming's flying boat. Chang Ming looked at a black-robed man practicing his knife skills. The black-robed man was extremely strange. His body was stiff as if it had rusted, and his movements were very slow. However, with each practice, he seemed to be more familiar with it. This, Mr. Good, is this a zombie? Isn't this zombie too stiff? How can a set of knife skills be so slow? Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai curiously. The flying boat was speeding. Although Gu Hai was anxious, he had no choice but to grab the letter sent by Chang Sheng and carefully read it over and over again. Chang Ming, is your father going to die? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Chang Ming. Your father is going to die. Chang Ming immediately glared, as if he was blaming Gu Hai for cursing Chang Sheng. Gu Hai was not angry. Instead, he stared at Chang Ming and said, Your father's letter seems to be entrusting him to me. Ah. Chang Ming was slightly startled, and his face was filled with horror. Tell me what's going on. What danger is Changsheng in? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Chang Ming's expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and described the bat ancestor's plan to eat vampires to increase his strength. Oh. Since it's so dangerous, why did Changsheng ask you to tell him? And to give me such a big favor? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. I don't think it's necessary. Chang Ming said in a fit of pique. Gu Hai stared at Chang Ming for a while and sighed slightly. It's a pity that Shiyu the Great did something wrong. Your father is so talented, but he let him lead a family for the bat ancestor? Ha, what a pity, what a pity. What a waste of God's gift, buying the casket and returning the pearl. Don't say any more. Chang Ming was very depressed at the moment. Even a single sentence from Gu Hai made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Changsheng said that you used to be very smart. You were smarter than Mo Yike when you were younger. Gu Hai looked at Changsheng with suspicion. Humph. Changsheng snorted gloomily. I'll give you a question. Let's see if you can answer it. Gu Hai said after some thought. Question. Changsheng was slightly stunned. Zhuge Minghong's younger brother counted the number of siblings and found that he had one more brother than sister. Then, how many more brothers did Zhuge Minghong have compared to her sisters? Zhuge Minghong is a woman. Gu Hai asked. This was a very simple logic question. There was no question of academic qualifications. It all depended on the flexibility of one's brain. Chang Ming stared blankly at Gu Hai. Are you really going to test me? However, why was this question so strange? Answer quickly. Gu Hai shouted coldly. 3. Chang Ming said immediately. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then, he revealed a surprised smile. Not bad. Although the question is simple, you didn't do anything wrong. Let me give you some more questions. They are Mensa intelligence test questions. I hope you are really like what your father said. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Gu Hai reached out and took out a study table. He dipped some ink and sprinkled it on the paper on the table. Instantly, questions were formed. Chang Ming. Gu Hai made an inviting gesture. Let's see how many questions you can answer in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chang Ming looked blankly at Gu Hai. However, when it came to IQ testing, Chang Ming did not reject it. Chang Ming wanted to get an explanation for his IQ. Soon, Chang Ming began to answer the questions. Gu Hai also put up an incense stick. Chang Ming looked at the questions with a strange expression on his face. These questions were too strange, weren't they? And these pictures. Find the similarities. Find the differences. Even an ordinary person could do it. However, there seemed to be a lot of strange traps hidden in the questions. Gu Hai looked at him quietly. These questions were all Mensa intelligence test questions that Gu Hai once searched on the internet when he was bored on Earth. They were questions to test a person's IQ. Those with high IQ would score high, but they did not have high requirements for experience. Soon, the incense stick's time was up. Don't accept it. I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet. Chang Ming suddenly said with a bitter face. He only finished half of the questions in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Was his IQ really that low? He could not even answer such a simple question. Only half. Gu Hai was already satisfied. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that a person's IQ was high enough. However, in front of him, Chang Ming actually completed half of the questions. He hoped that he did not write blindly. Gu Hai began to mark the papers. She looked through the questions from beginning to end and ticked all the right answers. It was only halfway through that she finally crossed a question. Wrong? How could it be? Ah, I know. This question, how could I get it wrong? How could I get it wrong? It should be the first choice, it should be the first choice. My IQ. Chang Ming was devastated. Could it be that his IQ really made people anxious? He only completed half of the questions and he actually made a mistake. Looking at Gu Hai, Chang Ming lowered his head in shame. He was too embarrassed to say that his IQ was high. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because, in Gu Hai's eyes, Chang Ming's IQ was unusually high. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that his IQ was high enough. And in this 1/3, as long as he could complete 80% of the questions correctly, he would be the best of the best. But Chang Ming not only completed half of the questions, but also got 99% correct. The only wrong answer was immediately realized. Chang Ming's face was full of regret. Gu Hai stared at Chang Ming. He also had a general understanding of Chang Ming. Turning his head, Gu Hai put away everything and ignored Chang Ming. But Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai as if he had completely given up on himself. Chang Ming was speechless. Was he really that bad? The flying boat continued to fly toward Chaoga City. Chaoga City. The bat ancestor smashed the entire enchantment of the city with one palm, and countless bats flew in all directions. Ha 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 ha, today, none of you can escape. If you want to blame someone, blame your emperor, blame Gu Hai for causing this endless disaster, ha 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 ha. The bat ancestor laughed. Boom. The aura around the bat ancestor suddenly erupted. Suddenly, boundless black gas enveloped the entire Chaoga city. Mr. Shangguan, what should we do? Emperor, where are you? We were wrong, we should have left, we should have left. The people in the city showed a look of despair. Who? The people with high cultivation immediately rushed out, wanting to break out and escape. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a large number of bats rushed straight down. Ah, let me go, let me go. Why? Help me, help. The strong people who had just rushed out were immediately caught by countless bats, and all of their blood was sucked dry, and they fell from mid-air, including the strong people of the Yuanying state. No one can escape. The people in the city showed deep despair in their eyes. I said, no one can escape. The bat ancestor sneered. In a short while, nearly 1,000 people had turned into dried corpses. The entire Chaoga city was filled with great panic. Chang Sheng looked anxious, but he could not intervene at this moment. The bat ancestor's strength, since he swallowed the fourth son of the Chang family, had barely entered the heavenly palace, and was not something he could stop. The bat ancestor looked ferocious. I will turn all of you into vampires, and then I will ask you to kill Gu Hai. I will see if Gu Hai will kill his people, ha 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 ha. While speaking, the bat ancestor looked at the entrance of the Huangfu Palace. At the entrance of the Huangfu Palace, the officials were also very anxious, and there was despair on their faces. They surrounded Shangguan Hen in the center. Shangguan Hen's face darkened. Oh. You are the Mr. Shangguan they were talking about. Humph, who are you? The bat ancestor snorted and reached out. Suddenly, a huge black palm energy appeared in front of Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen pointed his finger, and a green light instantly shot toward the black palm energy. Psst, 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 psst. The black palm energy melted with a bang. Oh. Poison. You are from the Xuanwu clan. Humph, Supreme Xuanwu is already dead, so what is the use of your poison? The bat ancestor snorted. Buzz. With a force in his hand, the melted palm energy recovered, broke free from the poison, and headed toward Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's expression changed, and he suddenly jumped. Boom. The right palm of the bat ancestor landed heavily on the square of the Huangfu Palace. In an instant, the Huangfu Palace exploded. The power of the Heavenly Palace was extremely powerful. All the officials screamed as they were blown away. Even though Shangguanhen had fled in a hurry, he was still severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The power of the heavenly palace? Shangguanhen looked at the sky with a surprised expression. You can't even withstand a single blow. The bat ancestor sneered disdainfully and ignored Shangguanhen. After destroying the Huangfu Palace with one palm, it looked coldly at the city. Alright, there is no time to waste. All of you, capture the people of Zhaoga City and turn them into vampires, your blood mercenaries. Now! The bat ancestor ordered. Yes. Boom. All the vampires dove toward Zhaoga City. In a small courtyard in the city, Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. As expected of the power of the heavenly palace. I thought this Shangguanhen was capable of something. It seems that Zhaoga City is hopeless. Crown Prince, are we really not going to do anything? A subordinate frowned. No. Ao Sheng said coldly. In the city. Help. Your Majesty, help. I was wrong. I want to leave Zhaoga City. I want to leave Zhaoga City. Don't capture me. Don't capture me. The desperate voices of the people in the city could be heard. Shangguanhen wiped the corner of his mouth, and his face darkened. Is it over? Buzz. Suddenly, an evil energy emerged from Shangguanhen's body. Again. Shangguanhen's face changed. Ha, I'm here. Do you want to save the people in the city? Ha, that little bat is almost at the level of the heavenly palace. I'm the only one who can help you. I'm the only one. An evil voice was heard in the evil energy. Who are you? Why are you in my body? What do you want? Shangguanhen glared at the voice. Lend me your body. I'll help you deal with this little bat. What do you think? Give me your body, the evil voice said again. Who are you? Shangguanhen asked anxiously. You don't have time. Look, some of the people over there have been bitten by the vampires. They will become new vampires soon, the evil voice continued. Shangguanhen looked over. As expected, those people couldn't escape at all. They were caught by the vampires and bitten on the neck. Lend me your body. Quick, 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 the evil voice continued. Shangguanhen's eyelids twitched violently. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Take it. Remember what you said. Ha. Suddenly, Shangguanhen let out a resounding, sinister voice. A surging evil aura surged out of his body. Chapter 464. Caw. Suddenly, Shangguanhen let out a loud evil sound, and a surge of evil energy gushed out from his body. The evil energy was also black, but when it rushed out, it was instantly distinguished from the black energy released by Bat Ancestor. It seemed that compared to Shangguanhen's black energy, Bat Ancestor's black energy seemed so righteous. The vampires in all directions were slightly stunned. Bat Ancestor also turned to look. Xuanwu couldn't even withstand a single blow, so what was going on with his aura now? Just as Shangguanhen was showing a ferocious expression, his aura was soaring at an extremely strange speed. The original aura of the Yuanying state was climbing all the way from the peak of the Yuanying state to the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the middle celestial palace, and it was still increasing. Boom! All of a sudden, the evil aura erupted and dispersed all the bats in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Shangguanhen's aura was no weaker than Bat Ancestor's. How is that possible? In a small courtyard in the distance, Crown Prince Ao Sheng's eyes widened. Who was Shangguanhen? How did his strength suddenly soar? It was impossible. Wah! Shangguanhen suddenly roared. Behind Shangguan Hen, a super black snake thousands of feet long suddenly appeared. Shangguan Hen stepped forward and stood on the head of the snake, looking around with a ferocious expression. In the sky, countless bats were flying. Bat Ancestor's expression changed. What kind of monster was this? A snake thousands of feet long? A snake? A snake thousands of feet long? It had already evolved into a dragon, but this black snake hadn't evolved into a dragon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake spat out its snake apricot and slowly slithered in the ruins outside Huangfu Hall. Pretending to be mysterious, humph. Bat Ancestor coldly snorted and pointed a finger. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly rushed toward the giant snake, as if they wanted to suck its blood dry. Caw-caw. The snake suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. Whoosh. The bats in the sky were all sucked into the snake's mouth in an instant. What? Bat Ancestor's expression. Was it real? It wasn't a trick this time. In the palace, countless officials clutched their wounds as they looked in shock at Shangguan Hen, who was on the head of the 3-kilometer-long snake. What is going on? Mr. Shangguan is master. Alright, I'll deal with this little bat. I promised Shangguan Hen that I would save all the citizens in the city. If you all do not escape, his consciousness will not rest. Right now, I'll block this little bat. All the officials, help the citizens leave. Shangguan Hen said with a cold snort. Yes, master. The officials were ecstatic. Thank you, Master Shangguan. Thank you, Master Shangguan. The despairing people in the city cheered. Kill him. Bat Ancestor pointed at Shangguan Hen. Whoosh. The Chang clan's third young master suddenly swooped down and extended his hand. A huge manifested palm shot towards Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's eyes turned cold. The snake under his feet whipped its tail. There was a loud bang. Third brother of the Chang family's energy palm exploded. The remaining force of the tail continued toward third brother of the Chang family. Boom! Third brother of the Chang family was sent flying. Crack! The giant snake opened its mouth. Immediately, billowing green gas rushed out. Ah, ah, ah. The nearby bat demons were immediately shrouded in the green gas. The ferocious toxins quickly melted their bodies. Bastard! Bat Ancestor snorted. It also sent a palm strike toward Shangguan Hen. Boom! The snake's tail collided. The void trembled. Bat Ancestor's other palm struck again. Shangguan Hen's face turned cold. He sent a palm strike toward the sky. Boom! The two palms of Bat Ancestor and Shangguan Hen collided. Bat Ancestor was knocked away, and Shangguan Hen's figure also paused. The outcome of this palm strike was not decided. However, Bat Ancestor knew that it had done its best. Who are you? Who are you? Bat Ancestor screamed with a ferocious expression. Ha 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 ha, who am I? Little bat, don't you remember who I am? Shangguan Hen smiled evilly. Bat Ancestor's face darkened. It did not remember such an evil person. In Chaoga City, almost everyone was stunned by Shangguan Hen's sudden burst of strength. Was this person Mr. Shangguan? Was he so powerful? In the city, only a few Xuanwu, including Xuanwu who used to follow Miao Chen, showed ecstatic expressions. These 20 Xuanwu, who were at the peak of the Yuanying state, were sent by Miao Chen to protect Shangguan Hen. Although they did not know why, they always carried out Miao Chen's orders. So, Mr. Shangguan is also a senior of the Xuanwu clan? That big snake. Is it Xuanwu's mysterious snake? What a big mysterious snake. No, this is a snake created by Xuanwu's god. It can't be. But, who is he? Even Elder Miao Chen listens to him. The 20 Xuanwu opened their eyes wide. After Bat Ancestor and Shangguanhen's palms collided, there was no clear winner. However, they could feel that Shangguanhen's strength was still increasing. Bat Ancestor was shocked. The surrounding vampires also opened their eyes wide. Their hands stopped moving. Why did you stop? Kill them all. None of the people of Chaoga City can live. Don't turn into vampires. Kill them all. Kill them all. Bat Ancestor suddenly shouted. Yes. Countless vampires and bat demons answered. Ah, ah, ah. Suddenly, a large number of people died tragically in despair. Humph. Shangguanhen snorted and waved his hand. Whoosh. All of a sudden, countless little snakes appeared out of thin air and charged at the vampires in all directions. I am your opponent now. Bat Ancestor snorted and waved his sleeve. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless bats immediately blocked the small snakes in all directions. Bat Ancestor rushed toward Shangguanhen again. The giant snake roared and swung its tail. Shangguanhen also struck with his palm. Boom, boom. Bat Ancestor was beaten back again. Ha 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 ha, little Xuanwu, no one I want to kill can survive. Humph, as long as I'm here, you can forget about saving them. You want to protect them? Just watch them die. Bat Ancestor sneered. Bat Ancestor stopped Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Calling me little Xuanwu? Ha ha ha, if it weren't for the limitation of this body's cultivation, I could kill you with one finger. Don't you remember who I am? Fine, I'll let you know. While speaking, Shangguanhen suddenly turned his head. Buzz. Shangguanhen's body suddenly emitted countless blue lights. As soon as the lights appeared, they dyed the sky blue. For a moment, Shangguanhen looked extremely sacred. A great radiance suddenly made everyone's expression change. Water God. Your Bat Ancestor's expression changed. Yes, it's me. Shangguanhen showed a hint of ferocity. Buzz. The divine radiance on Shangguanhen's body suddenly burst out, like a wave of air rushing in all directions of Chaoga City. In Chaoga City, the 20 Xuanwu suddenly opened their eyes wide, and in their eyes, there were tears of ecstasy. Supreme. Supreme Master. Supreme Master, you're still alive. All the Xuanwu shouted in ecstasy. Buzz. The divine radiance filled all the Xuanwu's body, like a flame falling into a barrel of gasoline. All the Xuanwu suddenly burst out with a surge of energy. I've recovered, I'm Xuanwu God, Xuanwu God. I've also recovered, my divinity, the lower heavenly palace, I've recovered the lower heavenly palace. Ah, Supreme Master, Supreme Master, Supreme Master is still alive, my Xuanwu God is not destroyed, not destroyed. The 20 Xuanwus all recovered the power of the lower heavenly palace 800 years ago, and in an instant, all of them showed extreme ecstasy, crying tears of joy. When they looked at Shangguanhen, their faces were full of infinite excitement. Supreme Master, Supreme Master, Supreme Master. All the Xuanwus shouted excitedly. Help the people in the city to leave. Shangguanhen said coldly. Yes. The 20 Xuanwus almost shouted. Supreme Master is back. The Supreme Master of our Xuanwu clan is back. In an instant, the faces of all the vampires and bat demons changed greatly. Supreme Master of the Xuanwu clan. How is that possible? He's going to come back to life. How are we going to fight? In a small courtyard in the distance. Ao Xing's face also changed. Impossible, he can't be Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu died a long time ago, a long time ago. But, if he isn't Supreme Xuanwu, how could he be able to stimulate the divine power, ignite the divine fire, and restore the divine power of the Xuanwu clan? The Bat Ancestor's face changed greatly. He was also shocked by the sudden change in the situation. No, no, you died a long time ago. Bat ancestor retreated in horror. Oh, little bat, now you recognize me? Huh? Shangguan said with a ferocious face. No, no, Supreme Xuanwu's body is full of righteous energy, but yours is full of evil energy. You're not Supreme Xuanwu, Supreme Xuanwu can't have evil energy. Bat ancestor's face suddenly changed as he shouted. You know quite a lot. Shangguan slowly slithered over on the giant snake. In all directions, the experts of the Xuanwu clan quickly assisted the officials of the Dahan to help the people escape. At this moment, the people no longer had any resistance, and they all waited for help in horror. The vampires and bat demons in all directions looked at Bat Ancestor hesitantly. I know. Bat Ancestor's face suddenly changed. Oh. Supreme Xuanwu. When he went against the heavens with Old Man Guanqi in the past, he was full of righteous energy, without any flaws. Even the heavens couldn't punish him with the slightest bit of sin. No trace of sin. Did he separate all the sin from the dark side of his body? You're the evil side of Supreme Xuanwu. You're the evil Supreme Xuanwu. He's dead, but you're not. You're still alive. That ancestor suddenly sucked in a cold breath. You know quite a lot. However, isn't it a bit too late? Ha 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 ha. Shangguan said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, the giant snake suddenly rushed in front of Bat Ancestor, and once again struck at Bat Ancestor with its palm. Boom! The two people's palms collided with a loud bang. This time, Shangguan didn't retreat, but Bat Ancestor did. Your strength is still increasing. Bat Ancestor's face changed. In the small courtyard in the distance, Ao Sheng's face also changed. The evil Supreme Xuanwu. Shangguan original consciousness, which had been suppressed by Supreme Xuanwu's will, quivered. You're the evil part of Supreme Xuanwu. Impossible, in my memory, you've already been destroyed. Chapter 465. The Dark Side of Supreme Xuanwu. So, you have the God of Xuanwu. Bat Ancestor's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Shangguan face darkened. God. Unfortunately, you are still limited by this body. Moreover, those Xuanwu who have just recovered can only reach the lower heavenly palace. Humph, little bat. I was a little bat in front of you back then, but what about now? Ha 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 ha. Bat Ancestor suddenly rushed towards Supreme Xuanwu excitedly. Kill them all. Leave no one alive in Zhaoga City. Bat Ancestor suddenly yelled. Boom! Bat Ancestor, which was surrounded by hundreds of millions of bats, crashed towards Shangguan with a loud boom. Shangguan took the giant snake and instantly arrived outside the city to avoid causing too much damage and injuring the civilians. Boom! Outside the city, it was suddenly chaotic. Countless bats, sand, and snakes mixed together outside the city. Gusts of violent wind swept in all directions. The battle between the two supreme heavenly palaces left only the destructive power of heaven and earth. The civilians in the city couldn't see the situation of the battle between the two people outside. You are courting death. Shangguan said coldly. Ah. It hurts, but it doesn't matter. Ha ha ha, Supreme Xuanwu. You can't kill me, ha 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 ha. Bat Ancestor's voice came. Boom. Outside the city, it was chaos. In the city, 20 Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace immediately took action to help the civilians leave. However, they were still attacked by the bat monsters and vampires. Humph, the supreme heavenly palace gave the order. Leave no one alive. Kill. Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace. Don't worry, Changsheng's family has 3 supreme heavenly palaces. Kill them for me. The bat monsters shouted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rolling bat monsters rushed down. A group of vampires also swarmed down. The second and third brothers of the Chang family swooped down towards Xuanwu, who was engaged in battle. Second brother, third brother. Changsheng suddenly shouted. Big brother. The two of them looked at Changsheng with puzzlement. Changsheng looked at the battle outside the city. His expression was slightly complicated, and then it became firm. Second brother, third brother, do you still remember why we became vampires in the first place? Changsheng smiled bitterly. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were slightly taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, in the past, when our village was in trouble, His Majesty passed by and saved us 4 brothers. From then on, we served His Majesty. You said that we should do our best to repay His Majesty for saving our lives. After that, His Majesty and the ancestor wanted to establish a family of vampires. You were the one who brought us to become vampires. Changsheng took a deep breath and said, yes, I am the one who brought you all to become vampires. Previously, the ancestor had nurtured a few vampire families, but in the end, none of them were successful enough to create powerful vampires. That was why His Majesty looked for me, and I agreed. His Majesty had saved the lives of us 4 brothers, so we have repaid him. The second and third brothers were silent for a moment. I know the purpose of our existence. I believe you all roughly understand it, but you didn't expect it to come so soon, right? Changsheng said solemnly. The second and third brothers' faces turned ugly. Big brother, I'm sorry. In the past, I always wanted to fight for favor in front of the ancestor, to fight for power and benefits with you. Now, it seems so laughable. The second brother smiled bitterly. Life and death. Even if we are billions of miles away, the ancestor wants you to beg for death. We can only be at his mercy. What else can we do? The third brother said in despair. Before His Majesty saved us, we were already dead, weren't we? Solemnly Changsheng said. The second and third brothers fell into despair. They knew what Changsheng meant. Obviously, from the moment the fourth brother was eaten, it indicated that they were not far from being eaten. We should have died long ago, but our Chang family can't end like this. Changsheng said solemnly. It's useless. All vampires will be eaten by the ancestor. The second brother said bitterly. I need you all to help me now. Also, help my Chang family keep the last glimmer of hope. Solemnly Changsheng said. Do what? The 2 brothers were surprised. Help the people of Chaoga City. Help as much as you can. Solemnly Changsheng said. Huh? The 2 looked at Gu Hai in shock. Are you still jealous of the pregnancy? In front of death, what's so good about it? Believe me and listen to me. Changsheng said with a glare. The second brother and the third brother's eyelids twitched violently. They turned their heads and looked at the chaotic battle outside the city. Turning their heads, the 2 looked at Changsheng again. After a while, the second brother of the Chang family took a deep breath and said, Big brother, I'll listen to you. Big brother, instead of saying that His Majesty saved us, it's better to say that Big brother saved us. If it weren't for Big brother, we would have died long ago. Little brother has been insensible all these years and has caused Big brother trouble. Anyway, we're going to die. Big brother, you tell me what to do, and I'll do it. The third brother gritted his teeth. Good, good, ha 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 ha. Changsheng suddenly laughed. Turning his head, Changsheng suddenly looked at the group of bat demons that swooped down. Chang family, from now on, the bat ancestor is our enemy. Changsheng snorted coldly. Huh? The countless vampires that swooped down were surprised. Kill the bat demons. Changsheng shouted. Boom. Changsheng, the second brother of the Chang family, and the third brother immediately swooped down and went straight for the bat demons. Master Chang, what are you doing? A bat demon exclaimed. Boom! A sword was cut in half by Changsheng. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, countless vampires rushed toward the bat demons. The sudden change stunned countless residents of Zhaoga City. What's going on? The Xuanwu, who were ready for a fierce battle, suddenly opened their eyes wide. What's going on? The bat demons were stunned. The vampires outside the Chang family were also stunned. Changsheng, what are you doing? Chang family, do you want to die? How dare you go against the will of the bat ancestor? Do you want to die? The bat demons and vampires were stunned. Kill, 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 kill. The three Changsheng brothers roared and killed in all directions. In an instant, the sky above Chaoga City was in chaos. Rumble. In the great battle, the people were already stunned. What are you looking at? Go! The Dahan officials quickly commanded. Countless people immediately responded and were quickly sent out by the flying boats. Ha 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 ha, big brother, I'm killing so happily. These bat demons' cultivation is not as good as ours at all. They used to look down on us. Big brother, it's so satisfying. I've wanted to kill them like this for a long time. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were in the midst of the unscrupulous killing. Changsheng looked at his two younger brothers. They seemed to have returned to their youth. At that time, his two younger brothers had not learned to deceive each other and were not arrogant. Now, they had all returned to their original state. Changsheng looked at his two younger brothers and said in his heart, second brother, third brother, this time, it's a little dangerous. However, our road ahead has been sealed, and this is the only flickering hope. Changming was able to receive our sacrifice, but we had an almost impossible hope. It was almost impossible. However, there was still an almost, after all. What was the possibility? Maybe? The battle in the sky above Chaoga City immediately made countless people escape. Outside the city, the bat ancestor fighting with Shengguan Hen also noticed the abnormality in Chaoga City. Chang family. Are you crazy? The bat ancestor wiped the blood from his mouth and exclaimed. Shengguan Hen could not kill the bat ancestor immediately, but the bat ancestor was still seriously injured. The bat ancestor had not eaten the elders of the Chang family because it was not time yet. The stronger the elders of the Chang family were, the stronger the bat ancestor would be after devouring them. The longer it nurtured them, the better it would be for itself. Now, the elders of the Chang family were rebelling. Boom! Shengguan Hen slammed his palm on the bat ancestor's chest. Puff! The bat ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood again and was sent flying. At this moment, Changsheng also slashed at the last bat demon. Supreme Being, save me! The bat demon roared in horror. Clang! Under the sword, the bat demon was cut in half. You are courting death. The bat ancestor's face was ferocious. He stretched out his hand. Boom! All the vampires present suddenly could not move and shot toward the bat ancestor. Rumble! All the vampires could not control themselves, even those who were loyal to the bat ancestor. Big brother! The second and third brothers cried in despair. Whoosh! Changsheng was the first to be pulled in front of the bat ancestor. Changsheng, Changsheng, you dare to disobey me? You dare to disobey me? The bat ancestor glared and said with a ferocious expression. Changsheng was controlled by the bat ancestor and could not move at all. Looking at the bat ancestor, Changsheng revealed a trace of hatred. Bat ancestor, I am also a human. What? The bat ancestor was slightly startled. Everyone of the Chang family, look at me. Changsheng suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. The second and third brothers opened their eyes wide. Explode! Changxing suddenly shouted. Boom! Changxing suddenly exploded. He had self-detonated. He had triggered all the energy in his body. He had self-detonated. The huge explosion caused everyone to tremble. The bat ancestor was immediately covered in blood from the explosion. Big brother! The second and third brothers shouted in despair. No, 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 it's mine, it's mine. This fragment is mine too. Bat ancestor cried out. It opened its mouth and swallowed. Huff! The exploded Changxing's flesh was immediately sucked back into the bat ancestor's mouth. After sucking in Changxing's broken body, the bat ancestor's expression changed and it stretched out its hand. Huff! Huff! All the vampires were instantly at the mouth and their spirits were dispirited. You won't let me eat even when you're dying? You won't let me eat even when you're dying? Bastard! The bat ancestor opened its mouth and wanted to eat all the bats. Big brother, I don't have the courage. The second brother said in despair. Big brother! Huff! The second and third brothers of the Chang family did not have time to self-detonate and were all swallowed by the bat ancestor. The remaining vampires did not escape and all entered the bat ancestor's mouth. Ancestor, we are loyal to you. Changxing rebelled, but we didn't. Some vampires loyal to the bat ancestor said in despair. However, the bat ancestor did not listen to them and ate them all. At that moment, the bat ancestor's stomach was like a bottomless pit, melting all the vampires in an instant. In the midst of the melting, the bat ancestor's aura suddenly soared, and a strong wind swept in all directions. In the city, Ao Sheng's expression changed. Even Shangguanhen's pupils shrank at this moment. Because the bat ancestor's aura rose faster and fiercer than his. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed him. Chapter 466. Bat ancestor's momentum soared to the sky. Shangguanhen immediately threw a punch. Boom! Shangguanhen's fierce palm was actually caught by bat ancestor's hand. Ha ha ha, Supreme Xuanwu. Now, your strength is not as good as mine, right? God of the Black Tortoise. You can't protect yourself. Your body's cultivation is too weak, and there are too many restrictions on you. Bat ancestor threw a punch with a ferocious face. Boom! With a loud noise, the giant snake under Shangguanhen's feet was immediately sent flying. Even Shangguanhen's figure was suddenly pushed back. Shangguanhen's expression changed. On the other side, in Chaoga City, a group of people immediately fled. At this moment, they had no other thoughts. They only hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Go, go, take me out of here. Me too, save me. Help! The people shouted. The officials of the Dahan, the soldiers, and Xuanwu desperately escorted the people away. However, there were too many people in the city. Shangguanhen did not know how much longer he could hold on. Rumble! The 2 peerless experts fiercely fought again. This battle lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, that ancestor's strength had increased tremendously, while Shangguanhen was covered in blood. The giant snake under his feet was also covered in wounds and blind in one eye. Die for me. That ancestor fiercely threw a punch with a ferocious face. Hong! Under the punch, the giant snake exploded. Shangguanhen was also sent flying by the punch. Puff! Shangguanhen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already at the end of his road. Ha 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 ha, Supreme Xuanwu, am I still a little bat now? Is that still the case? That ancestor asked with a ferocious expression. These 2 days of fighting could be said to have been extremely satisfying. Basically, he was suppressing Shangguanhen. How comfortable was that? Shangguanhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed an evil smile. Shangguanhen, I've tried my best. Your cultivation is too weak, and I can't use my full strength. If this drags on any longer, this little bat will succeed. Ha, only the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion can make me compromise like this. You should be satisfied. Shangguanhen sneered. Boom. All of a sudden, Shangguanhen dashed towards the group of Xuanwu in the city. Sovereign. The group of Xuanwu shouted excitedly. Who? Shangguanhen swept up the 20 Xuanwu clones and shot off into the distance. You want to run? Stop! Bat Ancestor suddenly shouted. Boom! Bat Ancestor immediately chased after him. However, the sovereign Xuanwu had a powerful life-saving method after all. Bat Ancestor chased him for a while before giving up completely. Looking at the disappearing figure on the horizon, Bat Ancestor showed extreme grief and indignation. B** starred, Sovereign Xuanwu, don't run if you dare, don't run. Bat Ancestor roared angrily. However, the sovereign Xuanwu had already disappeared on the horizon. Bat Ancestor returned to Zhaoga City gloomily. Run? There were too many people in the city. Even if they ran, there were still millions of people who couldn't escape. That devil is here again. Vampire? Emperor, save us. The people in the city were fleeing in fear. A large number of Dahan officials stayed until the end, showing a look of despair. You want to run? Don't even think about it. All of you, die. All of you, die for me. Bat Ancestor roared ferociously. Zhi. With a wave of his hand, countless bats rushed into the city. Ah! Help! Your Majesty! In the blink of an eye, 5 million people were turned into dried corpses. In addition to the 5 million civilians who had died earlier, there were over 10 million civilians who had died. A large number of officials who organized the rescue never left until they died. In all directions of the city, almost all of the buildings had collapsed. Thick smoke billowed and flames rose in all directions. Everything was in ruins. Bat Ancestor killed the rest of the people, but he was still very depressed. Gu Hai, Shangguanhen. And Chang Sheng. Bastard Chang Sheng. You all deserve to die. You deserve to die. Bat Ancestor roared in frustration. At this moment, the Bat Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill whoever he saw. After killing everyone, Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. He turned his head and flew in the direction of the other two great emperors and Daoist lords. Bat Ancestor flew away in the blink of an eye. In a forest outside the city. Ao Sheng narrowed his eyes. What a pity. Xuanwu the Supreme Being ran away. If only Father was here just now. Ao Sheng looked in the direction Bat Ancestor left in the distance. However, before long, Bat Ancestor, who had disappeared into the horizon, flew back again. As he flew back, Bat Ancestor showed a hint of panic on his face. The Supreme Being of the Dragon Clan? Is this a trap? How is this possible? The Supreme Being of the Dragon Clan, Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang. Bat Ancestor showed a look of horror and suddenly turned into a huge black bat. The bat flapped its wings. Whoosh! In an instant, it passed through the ruins of Chaoga City and flew toward the far south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Old Tianhuang, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go to Chaoga City and have a look. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted in the distance. Boom! Almost in an instant, a streak of purple light shot over from the horizon and stopped outside Chaoga City. It was Long Wanyu, Yi Shenzhen, Li Xinji, Ziwei, Chang Sheng, and a man in a purple dragon robe. The man had a bone protruding from his forehead, and his eyes were fierce, as if there was lightning hidden in them. The purple light was emitted by the man in the dragon robe. He was the one who led everyone to Chaoga City. As soon as they arrived at Chaoga City, everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide and were speechless. How did this happen? Ziwei said in horror. Why are so many people here dead? Vampires? Was it done by vampires? Changshen also showed an anxious expression. When the two arrived at Chaoga City, they were warmly entertained by Chaoga, and could eat as much as they wanted. The two had already treated Chaoga City as their home. Now, flames were everywhere, thick smoke billowed, the city was in ruins, and there were corpses everywhere. These people who were so good to them were all dead? Thousands of corpses, even if 90% of the people in the city had run away, these thousands of corpses were still very tragic. Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji both narrowed their eyes. The two seemed to have expected it, but they did not understand how the corpses of the bat demons came about. The Sea of Providence clouds was still floating in the air, but thick smoke was rolling in the sky, and the sky was filled with filth. Quick! Gu Hai looked anxious. The flying boat was fast and arrived at Chaoga in the blink of an eye. Boom! The flying boat suddenly stopped, bringing out a strong wind. The moment it stopped, Gu Hai looked at the ruins of Chaoga City, and his expression changed. Chaoga City? Was this still Chaoga City? It was a charred land, and countless corpses were arranged on the huge square outside the city. It was a despairing city of death. Gu Hai and Chang Ming suddenly fell silent. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with uncertainty, and finally turned into deep sorrow. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Chapter 467. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Looking at the ruins of the city and the corpses on the ground, he could only say this sentence in the end. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. He turned his head to the south, and his eyes were full of endless hatred. His Majesty is back. It's His Majesty. A sudden shout came from the forest in the distance. His Majesty, you're finally back. For a moment, the sorrowful cries grew louder and louder. Some of the people who had escaped the disaster hid around Chaoga City. On this day, even Long Wanyu didn't dare to show her face because she didn't trust the emperor. At this moment, seeing the emperor return, the people couldn't help but vent their fear, panic, and despair. They rushed toward Gu Hai while crying. Gu Hai landed slowly on the ground outside the city where thousands of corpses were. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. Long Wanyu jumped over immediately. Ziwei and Changshen were dejected. Li Xinji and Yi Shenzhen stood in the distance and didn't come over. Ao Tianhuang and the others stood in the distance and didn't say a word. Gu Hai landed on the square and looked at the corpses. The corpses were in a terrible state. Long Wanyu came close and stood behind Gu Hai obediently. Brother-in-law, these are the corpses we sorted out. There are 10,063 corpses in total. His Majesty. The people around quickly gathered around. His Majesty, my father died because he left a place on the flying boat for me. His Majesty, please avenge my father. His Majesty, my sister's family died a terrible death. His Majesty, that devil, that devil. His Majesty, what should we do now? A group of people knelt in front of Gu Hai while crying. At this moment, a Dahan official who had escaped followed behind Gu Hai in a low voice and told him what had happened in Chaoga City. Hearing the changes in Chaoga City, the expression on Gu Hai's face changed. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai suddenly and solemnly bowed 3 times to the 10 million corpses. When Gu Hai bowed, the people who were crying and complaining immediately stopped and looked at the emperor. I know. Although you are all dead, your souls are still here. You are looking at me, waiting for me. I will give you an explanation. Very soon, we will give you an explanation. Gu Hai said solemnly. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at the people who were crying and complaining. Everyone, we have returned. We have returned too late. Gu Hai bowed deeply and guiltily to the crying commoners. Your Majesty. The crowd of commoners also bowed to Gu Hai. Men. Gu Hai shouted. Immediately, some officials who were accompanying the commoners walked out. Set up a camp outside Zhaoga city for the refugees. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Make the best coffins for the dead and bury them here. Let them see how we will avenge them. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Don't touch anything in the city. Dahan, remember the humiliation today. This will only happen once, only once. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Yes. The group of officials and soldiers responded in unison. Immediately, all the refugees near Zhaoga city were temporarily settled. It's impossible. How could my father die? How could my father die? Father, father, father. Changming roared in despair. Changming couldn't accept this fact. When I left, everything was fine. Dad was fine. Dad. Changming suddenly burst into tears and complained. Gu Hai took a deep breath and was about to comfort him. Whoosh! Not far away, a ball of light suddenly flew out from under a corpse. Gu Hai's face darkened. Li Shinji in the distance was also surprised. That's a nascent soul. Hiding under that corpse. Chang Sheng. Didn't he self-destruct? Ao Sheng in the distance opened his eyes wide. Chang Sheng. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The ball of light quickly flew to Gu Hai and Changming. Now, I can't look after you anymore. Fortunately, I've asked the Emperor Dahan to take you in. This is your blessing. You have to cherish it. Changxing sighed slightly. I don't want him to take me in. I don't want to be in Dahan. I only want father to come back. Woo! Changming cried sadly. Bastard! Changxing glared at him. Changming stopped crying. Father has worked so hard for you, but you want to let down father's final effort? Ming, if you let me down, I won't be at ease even if I die. Changxing said sadly. Changming was stunned and then felt extremely sad. Dad, I'll listen to you, sob. Changming sobbed. Go and kowtow to the Emperor Dahan. Quick! Changxing shouted. Changming wiped his tears and walked to Gu Hai. Solemnly, he knelt down. At this moment, Gu Hai didn't stop him. Solemnly, he accepted Changming's 3 kowtows. Thank you, Emperor Dahan. Changxing looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Gu Hai accepted Changming's kowtow and made a complete promise. I've tested Changming on the way here. He can be trained, but... Gu Hai frowned slightly. I understand, Emperor Dahan. You can educate him however you want. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. I was too spoiled back then. That's why. Changxing shouted. Gu Hai nodded. Changxing looked at Changming and said, Ming, I know you still have some conflicts in your heart. That's because there are many things you can't think through. In order to prevent you from doing stupid things, I have a request for you now. Father. In the future, listen to the Emperor Dahan. As long as he doesn't want you to die, you must listen to the Emperor Dahan. You are the hope of the whole Chang family. In the future, if you have any conflicts, think of me and the Chang family. This is my last request. Changxing looked at Changming with expectation in his eyes. Changming cried and trembled. After a while, solemnly nodded and said, Yes. My son. Changxing caressed Changming's head and revealed a smile. Then, his figure slowly dispersed. Phew. Like a puff of smoke, he completely dispersed. Changsheng's nascent soul dispersed, indicating that the remaining trace of obsession in the nascent soul was relieved. He finally closed his eyes in peace. Completely disappeared. For a moment, the past echoed in Changming's mind. Ha ha ha, my son is so smart. None of them can compare to my Ming-er. Ming-er is like this at the age of 3. No one can compare to him in the future. Ming-er, you can only suck the blood of the enemy. You can't suck the blood of innocent people. Ming, you have to read these books. Don't count on luck. Ming-er, Ming-er. Chapter 468. Shiyu the Great. Ha, ha ha ha. What an emperor's promise. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. You killed my people, so I'll destroy you, day one. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with hatred. Changming cried bitterly at the side. Gu Hai lowered his head and glared at him. Why are you crying? Whoever killed your father, just kill them back. Ah. The crying Changming suddenly quivered and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Changming. Kill? How? That ancestor has eaten all the vampires. He has eaten all the vampires. He now has the strength of Heavenly Palace. How do I kill him? How do I kill him? You can't deal with him. You can't deal with him either. Changming said hatefully as he cried. Bat ancestor? Well, let's start with Bat ancestor. We'll start with him. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Ah. Changming was slightly stunned. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the people from the dragon tribe standing in the distance. Gu Hai found Ao Tianhuang in the crowd at a glance. Previously, 3 giant dragons were chasing after Gu Hai's flying boat. When they saw Ao Tianhuang, they quietly transformed into their human forms and stood behind Ao Tianhuang. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked slowly towards the dragons. Soon, he was near them. Gu Hai, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect this. Ziwei said with a hint of guilt. I didn't expect it either. Besides. Changsheng smiled bitterly. Don't blame yourselves. It's not your fault. It's all because Shiyu the Great didn't keep his promise. It's all because Bat ancestor killed the innocent. Gu Hai comforted them. The two nodded, but their eyes were still filled with guilt. Brother-in-law, it's him, Ao Sheng. He's a jerk. If he had helped, Chaoga wouldn't have lost so many people. Long Wanyu threw a hateful look at Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng frowned and did not respond. Gu Hai glanced at Ao Sheng with a stupefied expression and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Ao Tianhuang. Hall Master of Elite Hall, Gu Hai, greets Supreme Ao. Gu Hai said solemnly to Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang glanced at Gu Hai and narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good is indeed very capable. He managed to save 90% of his people in such a hopeless situation. And even gained the favor of Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu was an expert on the same level as Ao Tianhuang. Since Supreme Xuanwu was willing to sacrifice so much for Gu Hai was worthy of Ao Tianhuang's respect. Gu Hai was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries with Ao Tianhuang. He took a deep breath and said, Supreme Ao, not long ago, Taiyang Divine Palace's Yi Hua led a large group of angels to 95 Island to capture Ao Shun. Huh? Ao Tianhuang suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Han dynasty has already formed a grudge with Taiyang Divine Palace for Ao Shun. Gu Hai said. That unfilial son is still alive? Ao Tianhuang asked. Everything is fine. After all these years, he already lost his temper. I have already undone his seal. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Gu Hai. Although Gu Hai's words were irrelevant, Ao Tianhuang understood what Gu Hai meant. Had Gu Hai seen through his thoughts? This time, Supreme Ao set the battlefield in Chaoga. I don't think you gave me a heads up, right? Ha, I won't pursue this any further. However, I have a request for Supreme Ao. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Oh. Supreme Ao looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Help me kill the Bat Ancestor. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Kill the Bat Ancestor? Ha, why should I kill the Bat Ancestor? The only reason I've stayed until now is to complete the Great Qian Dynasty's Emperor's instructions and bring Long Wanyu back to heavenly courts. Long Wanyu only wants to see you, that's why she's delayed until now. You still want me to help you deal with the Bat Ancestor? Supreme Ao said in a low voice. Gu Hai, aren't you a little too conceited? Crown Prince Ao Sheng also sneered. Command Ao Tianhuang. Is the Dragon Tribe Supreme Master someone you can command? Gu Hai ignored Ao Sheng and looked at Ao Tianhuang instead. Wasn't dealing with the 5 great factions the purpose of your trip? The Bat Ancestor was your target, but you let him escape. Secondly, I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a favor in return. What do you think? Ask for a favor in return. Ha, Gu Hai, what favor have you done to us? Ao Sheng sneered disdainfully. Li Xinji and Yi Shenzhen also looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. A trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. Ao Tianhuang didn't ridicule Gu Hai at this moment. Instead, he suddenly fell silent. This was because only Ao Tianhuang understood Gu Hai's meaning. The Bat Ancestor is nowhere to be found. Ao Tianhuang suddenly said in a low voice. Father? Ao Sheng looked at his father in surprise. Did his father agree to Gu Hai's request? Li Xinji and Yi Shenzhen also looked surprised. Not far away, Chang Ming's eyes widened. How is this possible? Why can't I understand? Wanyu, help me find the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. No problem, let me see. Long Wanyu nodded. Ah, I see it. He is hiding in the cave to cultivate. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. Everyone was speechless. Isn't it too easy for a prophet to find someone? Gu Hai looked at Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang stared at Gu Hai for a while. Eventually, he revealed a faint smile. Ha! Gu Hai, you are not willing to suffer any losses. Never mind. In any case, we are going to deal with him on this trip. Ah! Everyone was confused. He promised Gu Hai just like that. How is this possible? Thank you. Gu Hai bowed slightly to Ao Tianhuang. But after helping you this time, we are even. Ao Tianhuang stared at Gu Hai and said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded. Wanyu, help Ao Tianhuang show the way. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, okay. Long Wanyu rubbed her palms together. Swoosh. Ao Tianhuang and Long Wanyu turned into a beam of purple light and disappeared into the sky. Chang Ming's tears had yet to dry, and his sorrow had yet to fade. However, at that moment, he looked at Gu Hai with a puzzled expression. How is this possible? Why would the supreme being of the dragon tribe help Gu Hai? Kill the Bat Ancestor? In Chang Ming's opinion, it was simply impossible for him and Gu Hai to deal with Bat Ancestor. It would be impossible for them to do so in this lifetime. However, the scene in front of him seemed to be a matter of a few words from Gu Hai. A few words? How is this possible? Suddenly, Chang Ming seemed to understand his father's idea. He instantly understood why his father entrusted him to Gu Hai. If you help me kill the Bat Ancestor and avenge my father, I will listen to your orders wholeheartedly. I will not resist at all, as long as I can avenge my father, as long as I can avenge my father. Chang Ming said through gritted teeth. Gu Hai glanced at Chang Ming and sighed slightly. You still don't understand your father's intention. Ah. Chang Ming was slightly stunned and puzzled. However, Gu Hai did not pay attention to it. Instead, he began to assist the officials, appease the refugees, and calm the fear in the hearts of the people. Far away from Chaoga City, at the foot of a mountain. Boom! The bat ancestor dug a cave in the mountain and entered it. He set up a circle of formations on the outside to make it look normal. He then shut himself in the cave to meditate. Humph, Gu Hai, wait until I have completely digested the power of all my descendants. Wait until I am completely powerful, I will exterminate all the people in your city. I will kill them one by one, slaughter them one by one. Everyone related to you will die, and no one will live. Bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The Han Dynasty, 24 cities. I don't believe that all of you can escape. Wait until I recover from my injuries and refine the power of the vampires. I will make all of you accompany Gu Hai in death. Bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The bat ancestor went into seclusion amidst his resentment. It's here, there's a cave below. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly sounded. Bat ancestor quivered. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire mountain exploded. Bat ancestor, who had been hiding in the cave, was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Long Wanyu and Ao Tianhuang had arrived. Sure enough, it's here. Ao Tianhuang looked at Long Wanyu with a complicated expression. Long Wanyu. Ao Supreme. Why are you here? What do you want? Bat ancestor's expression changed. My brother-in-law sent old geezer Tianhuang to kill you. You're dead meat, stinky bat. Long Wanyu said with hatred. Long Wanyu had long treated Gu Hai as one of her own. With so many of Gu Hai's people dead, Long Wanyu felt very guilty. Now that she could take revenge, she naturally showed hatred. Gu Hai sent Ao Supreme to deal with me. Impossible, how could Gu Hai have asked Ao Supreme? Ao Supreme, you and I have no enmity. Bat ancestor cried out in shock. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and said, from now on, there is. Boom! As Ao Tianhuang's eyes widened, rolling dark clouds suddenly shrouded the entire sky. In the sky, streaks of purple lightning gathered to form thunder dragons, roaring as they charged toward Bat ancestor. Bat ancestor looked at the thunder dragons in the sky, and his expression changed. Back in the Thousand Islands Sea, the thunder dragons in the clouds didn't seem so ferocious. Was it real this time? Roar, roar, roar. As the dragons roared, they swooped down toward Bat ancestor. Ao Supreme, listen to me, listen to me. Bat ancestor roared in shock. Boom! The thunder dragons rushed down and exploded toward Bat ancestor. Ao Tianhuang didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with Bat ancestor. He just looked at Bat ancestor coldly. Chaoga City. Gu Hai comforted the people, and more refugees came back to check. When they saw the tragic scene, everyone felt sad. They found the corpses of their loved ones and cried. Li Shenji, Yi Shenzhen, Ao Sheng, and the others just watched coldly. Chang Ming grieved for a while and followed behind Gu Hai. He learned how to comfort the people. About half a day later. Whoosh! Suddenly, a purple stream of light shot over from the south. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and put down everything in his hands. Chang Ming also looked into the distance with hatred in his eyes. Boom! It was Ao Tianhuang who came back with Long Wanyu. In Ao Tianhuang's hand, there was a bat ancestor who was paralyzed like mud. Bat ancestor's eyes were full of despair. His whole body seemed to be broken, and he only had one breath left. He muttered to himself, why? How did this happen? Brother-in-law, this stinky bat is only left with one breath. I'll ask old man Tian Huang to bring him back for you to kill. Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai walked over slowly, and the people around followed him with a trace of fear. Chang Ming was the first to run over, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. Chapter 469. Why? How could this happen? The paralyzed bat ancestor showed a look of despair and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had already entered the heavenly palace and had the most powerful cultivation in the world. He had 10,000 methods to kill Gu Hai and vent his hatred. The next moment, he was almost completely crippled and had no vitality left. He was escorted to Gu Hai with his last breath. This was not only a physical injury, but also a psychological one. It was impossible to balance. Ao Tian Huang, the supreme master of the Dragon Clan. He was one of the most powerful people in the world. In today's world, he only listened to the orders of Daiqiansheng. He was even the supreme beast of the country, and his status was equal to that of Daiqiansheng. Why did such a strong person help Gu Hai? Why did he help Gu Hai? The bat ancestor did not understand. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Ao Tian Huang really did it. For a little Gu Hai, he came in person and seriously injured him to death. No, no, no. The bat ancestor showed infinite despair. But he saw Gu Hai slowly walking over with the people of Dahan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of hatred. There was also fear in the eyes of the people, but as long as they followed Gu Hai, the people were not afraid. It's this devil, it's him. He also has this day, he also has this day. Mom, the emperor has avenged us. Mom, did you see it? The people showed tears of sadness and looked at the bat ancestor with gritted teeth. It was him who caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people in Zhaoga City. It was him who destroyed the entire Zhaoga City. But it was the emperor who asked people to bring him back with just a few words. Brother-in-law, the bat ancestor has been crippled by the old man Tian Huang. You can do whatever you want with him. Long Wanyu immediately stepped forward and said. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the dying bat ancestor. Solemnly, he turned to Ao Tian Huang and bowed, "Thank you, Supreme Ao." Ao Tian Huang glanced at Gu Hai and nodded. "Pa." He threw the bat ancestor in front of Gu Hai. "Ha ha 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 ha, Dad, did you see that? The bat ancestor has been caught, the bat ancestor has been caught, ha 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 ha, Dad." Chang Ming cried as he walked in front of the bat ancestor. "It's you. Little thing." Bat ancestor's eyes suddenly widened. "It's me, old thing. You killed my father. I begged His Majesty. I begged His Majesty to kill you." "Ha, you didn't expect this, did you? Father had said that if one committed too many sins, there would be retribution, there would be retribution. To think you would have such a day." Chang Ming cried and shouted. "Little thing, I should have killed you long ago. You really betrayed me long ago. You really betrayed me long ago." That ancestor's face showed deep hatred, but his eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Gu Hai walked closer and looked coldly at the bat ancestor. "Bat ancestor? Ha, I have never been your enemy. Everything was because you forced me. Last time at the Thousand Islands Sea, I made it clear to you that if there was a next time, I would not give you another chance. Who would have thought, that you would be so bold as to kill millions of my people? Millions of my people." Gu Hai's face was gloomy, and a great killing intent emerged from his face. Your Majesty, Chang Ming begs, let me kill the bat ancestor. Let me kill him, please, I beg you." Chang Ming suddenly looked at Gu Hai and pleaded. "How dare you? You were created by me. How dare you kill your ancestor?" Bat ancestor glared at him. "Your Majesty, Chang Ming begs. Changming knelt down and pleaded with grief and indignation. Permitted. Gu Hai replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Changming kowtowed gratefully. On the other side, Ao Tianhuang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. You don't want to kill him personally? Changming got up, took out a long saber, and walked toward the bat ancestor with a ferocious expression. Little thing, how dare you kill me? Bat ancestor glared and roared. I will kill you, I will kill you. Changming roared. As he spoke, Changming raised his saber and was about to chop off bat ancestor's head. Be careful. Ao Tianhuang's face darkened. What's wrong? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at Ao Tianhuang. This kid is a vampire, and he is the ancestor. Vampires can't kill the ancestor because the ancestor can control his descendants with a single thought. Ao Tianhuang frowned. The bat ancestor could control Changming. Gu Hai's face darkened. He can't control me. Changming shouted. Then, he stepped forward and slashed at him, worried that something might happen. Indeed, as Changming's saber came slashing down, that ancestor's eyes narrowed. Primogenitor, the primogenitor who created the race, was the god of the race. He had to do whatever he wanted. Bat ancestor tried to control Changming, but the next moment, the bat ancestor's face changed. Changming couldn't be controlled. What? How can this be? Bat ancestor exclaimed. Because it couldn't control Changming like it did Changsheng and the others. It couldn't control him at all. No, it couldn't be contacted at all. Bat ancestor's eyes widened. Changming, on the other hand, looked ferocious. What's going on? He was poisoned by Shengguan Hen's snake venom when he first came to Chaoga. He fell into a valley on his last breath and met a savage master. His master helped him modify his human soul so that he couldn't be controlled by the ancestor anymore. His master also said that everything would be perfect if he devoured the ancestor's divine soul. Kill! Changming roared. The saber was already in front of Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor's face changed. It was too late to think about how to control Changming. It could only grit its teeth. Explode! Bat Ancestor shouted coldly. Boom! Bat Ancestor suddenly exploded. Ao Tianhuang immediately pulled Long Wanyu behind him. However, Bat Ancestor didn't explode like Changxing did. Instead, it suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of small bats and flew in all directions. Boom! Countless bats rushed out in all directions. Want to run? Isn't it a bit too late? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand. Boom! A barrier suddenly formed around them and trapped all the bats in an instant. No one could escape. It was the array of Chaoga City. Although the barrier was broken, there were still some spirit stones buried underground. It was a chess array and Gu Hai could master it in an instant. The array wasn't very powerful, but Bat Ancestor had been injured by Ao Tianhuang and was at the end of its rope. The bats it turned into were the most ordinary and vulnerable bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. None of them could. People of Chaoga City, every bat here is formed by Bat Ancestor. Killing every bat is killing Bat Ancestor. Kill them and avenge your family and friends. Gu Hai shouted. Yes, yes, Your Majesty. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You're just an ordinary bat. You also have this day, you also have this day, I am going to kill you. Ordinary bats, even vampiric bats, were just ordinary vampiric bats. Countless commoners immediately took out their weapons. They didn't have weapons, but they had their fists, claws, and stones on the ground. They desperately tried to kill the bat ancestor that had scattered into billions of pieces. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions, but the people seemed to have gone crazy and didn't give them any chance to escape. They were smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Kill, 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 kill. Perhaps that was karma. They had slaughtered the people of Chauga City so easily, but now they were being slaughtered by the people of Chauga City. None of them could escape. They were being killed in a frenzy. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Changming. However, at that moment, a bat suddenly and strangely rushed into Changming's body. It rushed in just like that. Oh. Spiritual soul. You want to host your descendant? Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. When the bat ancestor's body turned into millions of bats and was killed by the people, its spiritual soul entered Changming's body. That was because Changming was a vampire created by himself. He knew best that he could replace Changming at any time. Perhaps the failure earlier was just an accident. Changming seemed to be frozen in place. Roar, my slave, you were created by me. How dare you betray me? Ha ha ha, it's useless to betray me. Your human soul was given by me. I can control it however I want. Ha ha ha, I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect you to be here. Great, it's good that you're here. Now, give me your body. Ha 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 ha. The bat ancestor's voice sounded in Changming's body. He had found the last glimmer of hope. He just had to pretend to be Changming and wait for everyone to disperse. Then he could escape. The bat ancestor rushed straight to Changming's head, thinking that everything would be smooth. Unexpectedly, a light figure suddenly appeared in front of Changming's body. Changming, who was shaped like a nascent soul, looked coldly at the bat ancestor and said, "Bat ancestor, do you think I'm still the same person?" Huh? The bat ancestor's divine soul was slightly stunned. Master told me that I could only be perfected by eating your divine soul. You actually delivered it to me yourself. Humph. The Changming light figure said coldly. With a cold voice, Changmingguang's shadow suddenly opened its mouth. Ah! Suddenly, it swallowed the bat ancestor's divine soul. What? No, no, it's impossible. Your human soul. This is not the human soul I gave you. This is not. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The bat ancestor roared in despair. At this moment, a gust of black gas suddenly appeared on the surface of Changming's body. Boom! The billowing black gas burst out, making Gu Hai's face sink. Ao Tianhuang raised his eyebrows. Oh. You actually swallowed your ancestor's divine soul. How did you do it? Rumble. Changming's body trembled violently. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet fangs appeared in his mouth, and a pair of huge bat wings appeared on his back. Changming's aura was growing. On the other side, the remaining bats seemed to have lost their lives the moment the bat ancestor's divine soul was swallowed. They all fell to the ground. Kill you, kill you. The people were still unwilling to accept this and wanted to smash these corpses. Buzz. Changming's aura exploded for a while, then suddenly retracted. The fangs disappeared, and so did the wings on his back. Changming woke up. The moment he woke up, Changming felt an infinite sense of comfort all over his body. However, he felt more discouraged after avenging his father. Dad, I've avenged you. Boo-hoo. Changming suddenly cried for a while. As he cried, Changming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. Changming thanks the emperor. This kneel was filled with sincerity, and it was done willingly. Chapter 470. As he cried, Changming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. Changming thanks your majesty. This kneel was filled with sincerity, and it was done willingly. Alright, stand up. Gu Hai nodded. Chang Ming kowtowed a few more times before standing up with reddened eyes. Gu Hai turned to look at the citizens who were still smashing the bat corpses. Everyone, it's done. Gu Hai said. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. The citizens calmed down slowly and looked at Gu Hai with tears in their eyes. You can all disperse first. Leave this to me. Gu Hai said. Yes. The citizens looked at the bat corpses on the ground, reluctant to leave. They wanted to continue killing, but since the emperor had spoken, they could only retreat. However, they were still very unwilling. Gu Hai withdrew the array, and the citizens slowly retreated. Ao Tianhuang looked at Chang Ming, then at Gu Hai. No wonder you let this vampire kill the bat ancestor. Ha, what a scheme. Gu Hai sighed softly but didn't explain. Alright, the bat ancestor is dead. We should leave too. Long Wanyu has to follow me back to heavenly courts. Ao Tianhuang said calmly. Leave. I'm not leaving, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with brother-in-law. Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai shook his head. Wanyu, you and Ao Tianhuang will go to heavenly courts first. I don't want to. Long Wanyu pouted and said gloomily. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Go. I'll look for you in heavenly courts in a few days. You're going to heavenly courts? Long Wanyu asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Ao Tianhuang was slightly confused but did not ask further. Long Wanyu could not understand why her brother-in-law wanted to go to heavenly courts. Go to the heavenly courts first and help me take care of everything. That way, I won't be completely in the dark when I get there, right? Gu Hai persuaded. Long Wanyu frowned and pondered. In her heart, Long Wanyu was not willing to leave at all. If she stayed, she might be able to help her brother-in-law. However, since her brother-in-law had asked for it, she was in a difficult position. Okay, then come early. Long Wanyu bit her lip. Gu Hai nodded. Not far away, Li Shinji, Yi Shenzhen, and the others had been listening attentively. When they heard the conversation between Gu Hai and Long Wanyu, they all frowned. Gu Hai deliberately sent Princess Wanyu away. Why? Li Shinji's eyes were filled with confusion. Gu Hai killed the bat ancestor. Next, he will definitely face the full revenge of the Day One Empire. Gu Hai is surrounded by a vortex of death. He is trying to send Long Wanyu away from danger. Yi Shenzhen said, shaking his head. But Princess Wanyu has the power of prophecy. Isn't it better to keep Princess Wanyu by his side? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes in confusion. In Li Shinji's eyes, everyone could be used. The Dahan Empire was about to be destroyed, but Gu Hai did not use the prophecy master and even sent her away. Yi Shenzhen glanced at Li Shinji. Lord Li, this world is not only about benefits. Mr. Good is truly doing this for the good of Princess Wanyu. Huh? Li Shinji's face darkened, and he fell silent. Not far away, Gu Hai instructed Long Wanyu and turned to Ziwei and Chang Sheng. I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me protect Princess Wanyu. Gu Hai, don't worry. With us here, nothing will happen to Long Wanyu. Ziwei immediately patted her chest and said. The two of them did not do anything during the great disaster in Chaoga City this time. They felt guilty. Now that Gu Hai asked them to do something, they had to do their best. I'll go with Long Wanyu. By the way, didn't you want my paintings last time? I've painted 6 more paintings during this period of time. I'll give them all to you. Chang Sheng immediately stepped forward and handed over a stack of paintings. Paintings? Ao Tianhuang, Ao Sheng, and the others revealed a trace of doubt. Thank you. Gu Hai flipped his hand and kept the 6 paintings. By the way, Brother-in-law, when old man Tian Huang was dealing with a group of bad guys earlier, he injured all of them. It seems that Baldi Lu Nian has brought Lu Shiren to chase after a group of bad guys. He might be back later. Tell Baldi Lu Nian that we'll be leaving first. Long Wanyu said. Master Lu Nian. That's good too. Gu Hai nodded. Brother-in-law, we'll be leaving then. You have to come early. Long Wanyu still had a look of reluctance on her face. I will. Gu Hai nodded. Rumble. Yi Shenzhen flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. The group of dragons and everyone slowly stepped onto the flying boat. The flying boat slowly took off. It slowly flew away. Brother-in-law, you have to come early. On the flying boat, Long Wanyu shouted reluctantly. I will. Gu Hai replied. Whoosh. The flying boat suddenly flew into the distance. Gu Hai watched as Long Wanyu left and sighed softly. Go to Heavenly Court City. This was just an excuse to convince Long Wanyu. What followed was the real chaos. The Day One Imperial Dynasty? Why, Your Majesty, I don't understand. Why did you say that I did not understand what father meant? Chang Ming asked doubtfully as he followed behind Gu Hai. At this moment, Chang Ming no longer doubted Gu Hai's wisdom. If Gu Hai said that he did not understand, then there must be something else that he did not understand. Did father mean anything else? Gu Hai turned his head to look at Chang Ming. Gratified, he said, not bad. At least you can ask humbly now. I was too headstrong and opinionated in the past. In the future, I will slowly use my brain. Please tell me, Your Majesty. What did father mean? Chang Ming asked solemnly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Chang Sheng has high expectations of you. Yes. This expectation is not just to avenge him and kill the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai said solemnly. I know. Apart from the Bat Ancestor, there is also the Day One Imperial Dynasty and Shiyu the Great. Chang Ming said through gritted teeth. Gu Hai shook his head. What else? Chang Ming asked blankly. The Chang clan has been destroyed, but you are still alive. With you, the Chang clan will be revived one day. Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? Chang Ming was confused. Have you never thought of reviving Chang Sheng and the rest? Gu Hai said calmly. Are revive? How? Chang Ming asked in shock. At least you can find his reincarnation, right? The extent of Chang Sheng's revival depends on how hard you work. Whether the Chang clan can be revived or not depends on whether you are willing to fight for them. Gu Hai said solemnly. Are revive? Chang Sheng suddenly trembled. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, but. There are no buts. It depends on whether you are willing to compromise with fate. If you compromise, there will be thousands of obstacles. If you don't compromise, there will be no buts. All of these buts need to be taken step by step. Do you dare? Gu Hai said solemnly. I dare, I dare. Your Majesty, I will listen to you. As long as you can take me, even if I die, I am willing. Chang Ming's eyes suddenly turned red. Gu Hai nodded, from now on, you will follow me and learn for a while. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Chang Ming replied. First of all, put together the scattered bodies of the Bat Ancestor. I want to restore the body of the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah. Restore. But what's the use of that? Chang Ming looked puzzled. I want to restore the Bat Ancestor and catch the big fish. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming replied. Although he still didn't quite understand, he still followed Gu Hai's instructions. He put together the countless bat bodies and used the secret vampiric technique to restore the Bat Ancestor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge bat covered in blood. Your Majesty, the bat ancestor is already dead. What's the use of this huge bat? Changming asked, puzzled. Dead? I want it alive now. Gu Hai sneered. But it is already dead. If I say it is alive, it is alive. Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lu Nian and Lu Rockman returned from afar. When they arrived at Chaoga City, they were stunned. All of Chaoga City had been razed to the ground. The refugees had gathered, and some craftsmen had built a large number of residences outside Chaoga City for the people to live in. How could it be like this? Lu Rockman goggled. Amateus. Venerable Lu Nian sighed softly. While the group was out, Chaoga City turned into a pile of rubble. Venerable, Prime Venerable Zhu Lu, you are back. An official immediately came forward to welcome them. What happened here? Zhu Lu asked anxiously. The official immediately described everything that had happened. The Emperor is back. Zhu Lu said in pleasant surprise. Yes. The Emperor is back. He even took revenge for the people who died. Earlier, the Bat Ancestor killed 10 million people in Chaoga City. The Emperor captured him and crippled his cultivation. Then, he imprisoned him in the southern plaza of the city, where the people despise him at all times. That official explained. What? The Bat Ancestor? He went to the Heavenly Palace and was captured. His cultivation was crippled, and the people despised him at all times? Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. That official nodded proudly and led the group to the southern part of the city. Indeed, there was a region in the southern part of the city that was heavily guarded. A 300-meter-long bat in the center had a chain pierced through its body. It was on its last breath and seemed to be struggling. It let out screeching sounds as it struggled. The people at the periphery continuously cursed and spat at the huge bat. The Bat Ancestor. Zhu Lu said in shock. That's right. This is the Bat Ancestor. It is retribution. Retribution. That official nodded. Gu Hai. Venerable Lu Nian showed a bitter expression. He recalled that a few years ago, Gu Hai still felt helpless about breaking through to the innate realm. Today, he actually imprisoned the Bat Ancestor of the Heavenly Palace here. I already sent someone to report this to the Emperor. Please wait a moment. That official said with a smile. On a floating island in the southern part of the city, Gu Hai led Changming to the chained 300-meter-long bat not far away. Your Majesty, I used the Blood Race's secret technique to create the illusion that the Bat Ancestor is still alive. However, what's the use of that? Changming appeared confused. What do you think? Gu Hai said indifferently. Hey, Your Majesty said to use it to fish. However, only Shiyu the Great cares about the Bat Ancestor. Your Majesty made the people despise the Bat Ancestor. This news will definitely reach Day One and Shiyu the Great's ears. At that time, Changming said with a frown. That's right. We want to send the news that the Bat Ancestor is in our hands to Shiyu the Great. Killing the Bat Ancestor is the first step. With the Bat Ancestor here, we can destroy the entire Day One Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 471. Day One Imperial Dynasty, Capital City. At the moment of Bat Ancestor's death. Hong. Above the Sea of Providence, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Countless amounts of providence suddenly scattered. Dio Palace Square. Shiyu the Great, Hikang of Silla, Mo Yike, and a large number of officials all looked up at the sky. Why did so much of my Daewon's providence scatter? What happened? A group of officials asked in shock. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Something happened to Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor? Your Majesty, was the disappearance of Providence 2 days ago because of the deaths of the Chang clan's elders? Chang Sheng is also dead. Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Shiyu the Great did not answer. Chang Sheng is dead. Ha, he died at the hands of Bat Ancestor. Your Majesty, if that's really the case, then I, day one, have cut off my own arm. Mo Yike said bitterly. Shiyu the Great shook his head. I'm not sure. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Through the sea of providence of the imperial dynasty, we can clearly see the situation of each official. The imperial dynasty's sea of providence only has me as the center. The officials and even the national beast are all attached. We can only sense them in general, but we can't be sure. The vampire clan and Bat Ancestor's providence are connected. I can sense that Bat Ancestor seems to be dead, but there's still a trace of connection. As for what it is, I can't be sure. Shiyu the Great frowned. Bat Ancestor cannot die. He's the symbol of Daewon's national beast. Your Majesty, I'll immediately send people to investigate what happened. He Kang of Silla immediately shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned and nodded. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. In Mo Yike's eyes, Chang Sheng was much more important than Bat Ancestor. A month later, in the Great Hall, Qin Zibai was covered in blood as he knelt on one knee in front of Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, Annihilation City has been ambushed. This time, the Day One suffered heavy losses. Because of the zombie army, this subject was barely able to tear open a hole. The other 4 forces are already almost completely wiped out. Qin Zibai said bitterly. Pa! Shiyu the Great glared and slapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Your Majesty, destroying Qian City is just a trap. I just received news that 2 emperors and 2 Dao lords of the 5 factions were severely injured by Ao Tianhuang and barely escaped, He Kang of Silla said bitterly. Shiyu the Great's face darkened. A trap. That's not all, Your Majesty. Mo Yike suddenly smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at Mo Yike. If this subject's guess is correct, the disciples of the heavenly shaking sect were the first to be wiped out, right, Lord Qin? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. Huh. That's right, the first to be wiped out by the experts of Deqian was the heavenly shaking sect. We didn't even see their corpses before they were all wiped out, Qin Zibai nodded. All wiped out. Ha, you think too much. They didn't die at all. Secondly, when the Bat Ancestor went to Chalga, the heavenly shaking sect was the first to support it, right? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. Huh. I think so, I think so. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. The heavenly shaking sect. Ha, Your Majesty, we were all fooled. This was a trap set by Deqiansheng. If this subject's guess is correct, the heavenly shaking sect was also the one who arranged for the meeting at Qian City, right? Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seems that this subject's guess is correct. Unfortunately, Your Majesty, why didn't you discuss it with us before agreeing? Sigh. The heaven-shaking sect should be a spy planted by the great Qian dynasty's emperor. Everything was under the control of Deqiansheng when the 5 factions met. No, under the control of Deqiansheng. In fact, He Kang of Silla discovered that Long Wanyu was in Chalga because Deqiansheng purposely leaked it. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Impossible, how is that possible? I found Long Wanyu's whereabouts with great difficulty. How could it be that Deqiansheng gave it to me? He Kang of Silla suddenly opened his eyes wide. Of course, he accidentally gave it to you. The 5 factions gathered at Qian City, which was under the control of Deqiansheng. It was also under the control of Deqiansheng to lure the 5 experts away from Qian City to Chalga. It was also under the control of Deqiansheng to ambush the 5 experts in Chalga. It was also under the control of Daqiansheng to lure the 5 experts away and then surround and kill the 5 factions in Qian City. It could be said that everything was under the control of Daqiansheng, and the most important thing was the heavenly shaking sect. Ha ha ha, the northern expedition will only become a joke. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. After Mo Yike finished speaking, everyone in the hall felt their eyelids twitch violently, and they felt a chill in their hearts. The 5 major forces were being played around by the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. No, that heavenly shaking sect was loyal to Qian. That was to say, the 4 factions were all played around by Daqiansheng. Humph. Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Your Majesty, I'm guessing that the great Qian dynasty will send troops to wipe out the 4 forces. Apart from the great Qian dynasty, the masters of the other 3 forces have all been severely injured and should be severely injured. Secondly, their main forces were almost wiped out when they destroyed Qian City. The group of forces could be said to have suffered great losses. As for Qian, Mo Yike smiled bitterly. What about Qian? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. If I'm not wrong, Daqiansheng's plan this time not only dealt heavy losses to our factions, but also carried out a great purge within Qian. Your Majesty, all the spies arranged by you have been caught, and Daqiansheng has gotten rid of all the stubborn tumors. Qian has lost many people, but it is unprecedentedly strong. Now that our 5 factions have sent troops, Qian is standing on the moral high ground, and its soldiers are rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. It is unprecedentedly strong. It will be invincible. Next, Qian will send troops to our factions. 1 troop will annihilate the 4 factions. After Mo Yike finished speaking, the officials in the hall were in an uproar, and they all revealed shocked expressions. Qian is going to send troops. Qian did not send troops, and the 4 factions had suffered heavy losses. Now that they were going to send troops, how dangerous would that be? Why are there only 3 celestial empires in the entire divine continent? None of the celestial empires are simple. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Shiyu the Great was silent for a moment. Lord Mo, what do we do now? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, there is only one way to preserve the Day One Empire's Day One Empire. Oh. Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike. Immediately apologize to the Qian Celestial Empire and resolve all grievances. Even cede territory as compensation, appease Qian, and wait for the future. Mo Yike said solemnly. Cede territory as compensation. Shiyu the Great's eyes widened. Your Majesty, this is a temporary measure. At this moment, it is not appropriate for the Day One to send troops. As long as we appease Qian and give our Day One a chance to breathe, everything will be fine. Now that the Qian's army is the strongest, we have to avoid them. Qian is like the sun in the sky, but as long as we are patient, as long as we continue to wait, there will be a chance sooner or later. Your Majesty, don't be rash. Mo Yike said anxiously. Lord Mo, you are thinking too much. We still have 5 million zombie soldiers. If the Qian army comes, what do we have to fear? He Kang of Silla shouted. Your Highness, 5 million zombie soldiers. They are not immortals. Why did we still lose even with such an army? Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. You are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. Mo Yike, you are becoming more and more cowardly. He Kang of Silla said with a glare. Your Majesty, the Qian Celestial Empire is coming with great momentum, it is not appropriate for us to face them head-on. This time, we have only destroyed Qian City and joined forces. Our Day One has not yet formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Qian. This can be salvaged, let's wait for a better opportunity. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Alright, I will consider it. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Clearly, Shiyu the Great did not reply because he did not listen to his words. I said I will consider it. Shiyu the Great said in a low voice. Yes. Mo Yike could only nod helplessly. Qin Zibai, you are heavily injured. Go and rest first. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Yes. Qin Zibai replied. Your Majesty, apart from these reports of defeat, there is also the whereabouts of the Bat Ancestor. How does your Majesty plan to deal with this? Hikang of Silla said solemnly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. The Bat Ancestor still ate the Changxing family. Ha, he still ate the Changxing family. Alas. Mo Yike sighed deeply. Your Majesty, the Bat Ancestor is currently trapped in Chaoga City. Gu Hai has deployed a large number of troops from the surrounding cities to Chaoga City. Unexpectedly, the Bat Ancestor still fell at the hands of Gu Hai in the end. His cultivation was crippled and he was imprisoned in the south of Chaoga City to be spurned by the people. Hikang of Silla said with an ugly expression. Ao Tianhuang. Gu Hai can actually invite Ao Tianhuang. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Ao Tianhuang has already left. Now, only Gu Hai and his army are left in Chaoga City. They can't withstand a single blow. The Bat Ancestor's cultivation was crippled. However, as long as we can save him, your Majesty will definitely have a way to save the Bat Ancestor, right? After all, he is the national beast of Day One, and his cultivation is now at the Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, we must save the Bat Ancestor as soon as possible. I am willing to lead the troops to flatten Chaoga City. Save the Bat Ancestor. Hikang of Silla immediately cried out. Shiyu the Great nodded. Mo Yike's expression changed. Your Majesty, you can't. Oh. Your Majesty, imprisoning the Bat Ancestor, crippling his cultivation, and not killing him. If my guess is correct, this should be a trap waiting for us to fall into it. Your Majesty, you can't send troops to Chaoga City. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Hikang of Silla sneered. Oh, Lord Mo, you are becoming more and more timid. Trap. Ha, am I, Day One, so timid? The Bat Ancestor is the symbol of the national beast of Day One. If we don't save the Bat Ancestor, how can we save the people? Ha ha ha, the people. At this time, Your Highness has finally thought of the people. When you sent troops, did you consider the complaints of the people? I said we can't send troops to Chaoga City, but I didn't say we can't save the Bat Ancestor. The Bat Ancestor committed such a great sin, and the people of Dahan are angry. It's fine to imprison him for a period of time. But do we have to send troops to save the Bat Ancestor? We can negotiate with the Dahan. Even if we have to pay a price, we can just redeem the Bat Ancestor. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Pay a price? Hee, Lord Mo, you want to cede territory to the Celestial Empire as compensation, but do you also want to cede territory to a small Imperial Empire as compensation? Is my, Day One's, Imperial Empire just for show? I, Day One, have a zombie army of 5 million from Kaitian Palace. Why should I, Day One, fear anyone? Hikang of Silla said with a glare. Hikang of Silla, you're crazy. Mo Yike said with a glare. You're the one who's crazy. Your Majesty, Gu Hai's army is stationed in Chaoga City. This subject is willing to personally lead a zombie army to Chaoga City, destroy Gu Hai's army, and rescue the Bat Ancestor. At the same time, I'll take back the 24 cities that belong to my, Day One. Hikang of Silla said solemnly. Hikang of Silla, are you crazy? You want to destroy the Han dynasty? At this time, you still want to send troops? Mo Yike said with a glare. Mo Yike, I know you have a good relationship with Gu Hai, but this is a national matter, and it's not something you can shake with your personal relationship. Your Majesty, please invite this subject to go. Hikang of Silla immediately called out. I'll leave the zombie army of 5 million to you. End this quickly. Shiyu the Great nodded. Your Majesty. You can't. Mo Yike cried out in alarm. Mo Yike. Daewon's imperial empire is my Daewon. Shiyu the Great glared. Hearing the cold shout, Mo Yike felt a chill all over his body. His Majesty was angry. In an instant, Mo Yike was rendered speechless. He lowered his head, not daring to retort. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty. I will destroy Chaoga City as soon as possible, rescue the Bat Ancestor, and take down the 24 cities. Hikang of Silla shouted excitedly. Chapter 472. The Qian Celestial Dynasty, Heavenly Court City, in the study room. A muslin curtain divided the study room into two halves. Behind the curtain, one could vaguely see Daiqianqing reading through memorials. Takashi Ryushin stood respectfully behind the curtain. Father, Princess Wanyu and the rest have returned, Takashi Ryushin said respectfully. Daiqianqing's hands didn't stop. Has Gu Hai made any moves? No. As of now, Gu Hai is still sitting peacefully in Chaoga. As for Princess Wanyu, he has also tried his best to persuade her to return. He hasn't tried to persuade her to stay, nor has he asked AO Supreme for help, much less the Deqian. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Oh. Daiqianqing gently put down his brush on the other side of the curtain. Father, is Gu Hai trying to get himself into trouble? I don't understand why he's doing this. Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty gently tapped his finger on the desk. Gu Hai wants to deal with Daewon's attack personally. He's very brave indeed. Daiqianqing said calmly. Yes, it's a pity that I don't understand. Isn't Gu Hai seeking his own death? Takashi Ryushin didn't understand. Gu Hai can handle the capital city as an away game with ease. Why is he courting death in Chaoga's home game? The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty said calmly. Ah. You may leave. Inform me again if there's any news. Daiqianqing said calmly. Yes. Takashi Ryushin walked out of the study in confusion. Even after stepping out of the upper study, Takashi Ryushin was still puzzled. He even combed through Gu Hai's past in his mind. However, in Takashi Ryushin's mind, Gu Hai against Daewon was like throwing an egg at a rock. But why did his father think that Gu Hai could handle it? Chaoga City. Gu Hai did not allow anyone to tidy up the ruins. Instead, he kept them as they were. This would be the Dahan's monument, the Dahan's disgrace. He wanted to let the people and himself remember this. This was the result of slacking off. Chaoga City was surrounded by the armies that Gu Hai had transferred from other cities. A large number of the armies were stationed here for training, looking very formidable. The Dahan soldiers all had fiery eyes. They seemed to be waiting for Gu Hai's orders to go into battle and kill the enemy. In the past few years, the Han dynasty had been established. Although Gu Hai did not appear in front of the people often, his good governance had already won over the people of the Han dynasty. The people completely acknowledged the Han dynasty. The Han dynasty was their home. How could they allow others to come and destroy it? On a floating island in the south of the city, Gu Hai led his officials to a plaza on the floating island, looking into the distance. Venerable Lun Yen stood beside Gu Hai. Mr. Good, you transferred 3 million soldiers from the surrounding cities. However, can this army block Daewon's revenge? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen and shook his head. 3 million soldiers. Venerable is overthinking. They are just trying to confuse Daewon. Venerable, don't worry. I have already thought of everything. Alright, then. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. The surrounding officials looked at Gu Hai. Although they trusted Gu Hai, they still felt somewhat worried. Whoosh! A black light shot over from the distance and arrived at the floating island where Gu Hai was in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai waved his hand, stopping the surrounding guards. Bang! The black light landed, kicking up a strong wind. It was Changming, clad in black robes, rushing over to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, it is Hikang of Silla. He is leading an army of 5 million zombies to attack my Han dynasty. He just broke into a city and is about to start a massacre, Changming reported respectfully. Oh. He wants to kill my officials. He wants to take over a city with only a group of zombies. Gu Hai asked sullenly. I don't know. However, I arrived in time. Before he could make a move, I stopped him. According to your Majesty, I angered him. Furthermore, I said that I would return to kill Bat Ancestor to get rid of future problems. So, he immediately gave up on breaking into the city and led his army over, Changming explained solemnly. Right. Gu Hai nodded. He should be arriving soon. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Changming asked worriedly. It's fine. Hikang of Silla will not be able to cause much trouble, Gu Hai said sullenly. However, Hikang of Silla has the strength of the Celestial Palace. Furthermore, there are 5 million zombies guarding him. Changming said worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head but did not explain. However, roiling dark clouds flew over from a distance. The dark clouds covered the sky and ground, looking like the end of the world. They carried a might that could destroy the world. Wherever the dark clouds arrived, the countless lifeforms along the way were suppressed to the point that they could not move, feeling incredibly horrified. Even though they were very far away, there was a kind of intimidating aura pressing down on them. The ordinary people around Chaoga City immediately showed horrified expressions. Emperor! Your Majesty! Some of the ordinary people looked at the southernmost floating island in horror. On the floating island, Gu Hai stepped forward and coldly watched as the dark clouds in the distance approached. As the dark clouds approached, they carried a destructive aura that instantly destroyed the thoughts of resistance of countless people. Venerable Lun Yen showed an unsightly expression. Changming also felt anxious and uneasy. Many of the officials trembled in fear. Only Gu Hai showed a gloomy expression as he looked at the densely packed figures under the dark clouds. 5 million zombies of the Celestial Palace. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 million zombies lined up densely in the air, all of them showing murderous intent as they looked coldly at Gu Hai's Chaoga City. At the very front of the 5 million zombies was a huge flying ship. Hikang of Silla and his subordinates stood on the flying ship. At this moment, Hikang of Silla showed a cold smile as he looked at the south of Chaoga City. He had already tested the 5 million zombies earlier. Any city would be destroyed in an instant. Only that coward Mo Yike would be so timid. With this zombie army, who can block me? That traitor Changming actually followed Gu Hai and wants to go back and kill the Bat Ancestor. Humph! Hikang of Silla snorted coldly. From afar, Hikang of Silla could already see Chaoga City. He could see Gu Hai and his officials looking at him coldly from the floating island outside Chaoga City. Gu Hai! Hikang of Silla's pupils suddenly constricted as an overwhelming hatred flashed in his eyes. Scenes of the past played in Xiao Chen's mind. At 5 Mountains Academy, Gu Hai wrote a poem, embarrassing Xiao Chen before the entire capital. At the capital, Gu Hai killed Xiao Chen's son, Shi Yong, before the entire city. At the empty city, Shi Yong left a painting as a trap, causing Xiao Chen to accidentally get pregnant. Each of these matters had a reason to tear Gu Hai into pieces. Now, Xiao Chen could already see Gu Hai from afar. Stop! Hikang of Silla shouted coldly. Boom! The 5 million troops suddenly stopped at the south of Chaoga City. Both sides fell silent. Hikang of Silla raised his head and looked at the fate above Chaoga City, revealing a cold smile. Gu Hai, ha, you saw me coming, but you didn't leave. Hikang of Silla looked coldly at Gu Hai in the distance. Hikang of Silla, you have graced us with your presence. Why should I leave? Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, is there still someone from Deqian? Let him come out. Hikang of Silla shouted coldly. Hikang of Silla, you are here for the Bat Ancestor, right? Gu Hai said coldly. Hikang of Silla said in a low voice. As he spoke, Hikang of Silla turned his head to look at the giant bat that was imprisoned outside the city. Bat Ancestor. Hikang of Silla narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of zombie troops rushed toward the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai remained unmoved. He merely waved his sleeve. Chang Ming nodded and extended his hand to cast an dermic spell into the distance. Boom! In the distance, the corpse of the Bat Ancestor exploded. What? Hikang of Silla's expression changed. The Bat Ancestor's mission is over. Gu Hai said coldly. Hikang of Silla's expression changed, and his face turned cold. Bat Ancestor died long ago. Is this a lie? He killed millions of Dahan's people. What reason does he have to not die? Gu Hai said coldly. Hikang of Silla narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, did you deliberately lure me here? Hikang of Silla said coldly. Gu Hai said in a low voice, I originally wanted to lure Shiyu the Great here, but I didn't expect you to come here yourself. This time, it's none of your business. Leave this zombie army behind and go back to where you came from. Ha, ha 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 ha, go back to where you came from. Can you still run today? No, not only you, as long as it's your people, don't even think about running away. And that traitor Chang Ming, humph. Hikang of Silla said with a ferocious expression. Hikang of Silla, I gave you a chance. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph. Chance? What a joke. Do I need you to give me a chance? Gu Hai, starting from 5 Mountains Academy, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. You killed my son and humiliated me in Empty City. I swore long ago that I would tear you into pieces, but I never had the chance. This time, I came here to save the Bat Ancestor. However, since you killed the Bat Ancestor, there is no need for that anymore. I'll kill you to take revenge for the Bat Ancestor. Kill! Hikang of Silla suddenly shouted. Boom! The 5 million zombie army immediately showed ferocious expressions as they charged at Gu Hai. Before the zombie army arrived, the killing intent immediately froze the floating islands around Gu Hai, causing snow to fall. Roar! 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 The 5 million zombie army charged over with a ferocious aura. Your Majesty, what should we do? The officials showed horrified expressions. Venerable Lun Yen also felt his scalp tingle. Venerable Lun Yen had just opened his heavenly palace. However, there were millions of heavenly palaces here. Making an enemy out of them was simply seeking death. What is Gu Hai trying to do? Chang Ming also looked at Gu Hai. Is His Majesty going to lay a ritual array? However, I have not seen His Majesty use spirit-burying stones in the past few days. What should I do? Hikang of Silla revealed a sinister smile. However, Gu Hai smiled coldly as he looked at the charging zombie army. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming baleful aura surged out from a small room behind Gu Hai. The moment this baleful aura appeared, it scattered most of the dark clouds in the sky. A strong killing intent spread out, causing space to tremble slightly. Surging blood clouds appeared above the floating islands. When the strong killing intent surged out, Kang of Silla, who was in the distance, suddenly shivered. Indeed, there is a Deqian expert. Quick! Quick! Kill Gu Hai! Quickly kill Gu Hai! Kang of Silla roared as he commanded the 5 million zombie army. Buzz! However, at this moment, the 5 million zombie army suddenly froze and stopped. What? Kang of Silla's expression changed. Why did my zombie army stop? Creak! The door of the small room behind Gu Hai slowly opened. A black-robed person walked out from within. Isn't this? Changming exclaimed in shock. Not long ago, when they flew back to Chalga from 9-5 Island, the black-robed person on the flying ship moved extremely stiffly, even slower than a regular zombie. At that time, Changming had mocked this black-robed person. However, this black-robed person gave off an overwhelming baleful aura. How is this possible? The black-robed person slowly walked to Gu Hai's side. When he spread out his aura, the 5 million zombie army suddenly shivered. Kill! Quickly! Kill! Kill Gu Hai for me! Kang of Silla suddenly shouted. Why are the zombies afraid? Why did they stop? Just as Kang of Silla felt anxious and angry, crack! 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 The 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers suddenly knelt on one knee at nearly the same time and placed their right arms on their chests, saluting the black-robed person. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! The 5 million zombie army suddenly shouted. Kang of Silla! Venerable Lun Yen! Changming! The ordinary people! The spies of the great Qian dynasty among the people were completely astonished. Chapter 473. Outside Chalga city, a large number of Deqian spies were among the countless citizens. They needed to send news to heavenly courts as soon as possible. Originally, everyone had despaired when they saw the 5 million zombies coming. Kang of Silla leading 5 million zombies of Kaitian Palace should have swept through everything. Not only would Gu Hai be finished, but they would also not be able to return alive to report. However, in the next moment, all the zombies of Kaitian Palace turned traitor. The zombies turned traitor. The 5 million zombie army suddenly knelt on one knee at almost the same time and placed their right arms on their chests, saluting the black-robed man. Long live the Holy One! Long live the Holy One! The 5 million zombie army suddenly roared. What are these situations? The countless citizens only felt the army's ferocity and fear. However, when they saw the reversal, all the citizens showed excitement. The Emperor is still the best. The 3 million Dahan soldiers that had been gathered from all over the world were well aware of the terror of the 5 million zombie army. Just 10 of them would be enough to wipe out their 3 million army. That was a scene of despair, but the tables had turned in the blink of an eye. Changming was at a loss. Venerable Lun Yen was at a loss. The officials were at a loss as well. Even Gu Hai was slightly stunned at this moment. That was because Gu Hai didn't expect such a scene to occur. Gu Hai's idea was to capture the leader first. His ghost soul clone controlled His Holiness's body. Even if it was not as strong as His Holiness, it was not far off. As long as he immediately killed Kang of Silla, this zombie army would be leaderless. 5 million zombie army. With the strength of His Holiness's body, he could naturally take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. As long as he instantly killed Kang of Silla's group, this zombie army would be crippled, right? However, the scene before him was even more exaggerated than he thought. All the zombies suddenly bowed down. They bowed down. Gu Hai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding the reason. This was a kind of absolute loyalty, loyalty to the bone, forming a kind of instinct. It was an instinct to be loyal to His Holiness until death. As long as the aura of His Holiness appeared, there was no need to think at all. The instinct in the flesh drove the flesh body to immediately worship. So what if he was refined into a Ingo zombie? This kind of bone-deep loyalty was the most terrifying. When Hikang of Silla saw this, his lips trembled. How could this be? How could this be? What is Gu Hai? His Holiness? Hikang of Silla asked anxiously. However, the black-robed man beside Gu Hai slowly took a step forward. At this moment, everyone understood that this group of zombies was bowing to this black-robed man. The black-robed man? His Holiness? However, the black-robed man slowly pointed at the flying ship where Hikang of Silla was. Ka 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 ka. All of the Ingo zombies immediately turned their heads to look at the flying ship. Boom! The aura of 5 million Kai Tian palaces suddenly changed direction and faced Hikang of Silla, causing the originally aggressive Hikang of Silla's expression to change drastically. Impossible, how can the zombies listen to you? Who are you? Who are you? Hikang of Silla asked in disbelief. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's spirit has already been swallowed by Qi, and His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse has also exploded. Explode, explode, explode. Hikang of Silla's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of the reason. That corpse, Gu Hai, the corpse you took away before you left? Ma San Yan's corpse. Right, right, right. Ma San Yan's corpse is His Holiness of Great Slaughters. The one that exploded was fake. Hikang of Silla exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai, however, smiled coldly and said, "The investiture of the gods is a scroll that His Holiness of Great Slaughter conferred titles to his subjects. It's just conferring titles to his subjects. How could it have the taboo name of His Holiness of Great Slaughter?" Ah! You knew it from the beginning, you knew it from the beginning, Gu Hai. Hikang of Silla suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and suddenly rushed toward Gu Hai. Hikang of Silla wanted to tear apart Gu Hai in an instant. Perhaps Hikang of Silla's rebellion made the zombies of the Divine Blood Army who were loyal to His Holiness of Great Slaughter instinctively feel that he was going to collide with His Holiness. Immediately, 10,000 Divine Blood Army soldiers pulled out their swords and rushed out. Boom! Hikang of Silla couldn't rush to Gu Hai at all and was knocked back by 10,000 swords in an instant. Kill! The black-robed Great Slaughter of His Holiness shouted in a low voice. Yes! The 5 million zombies shouted loudly. Boom! The 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers rushed toward Hikang of Silla. In an instant, they took out their weapons and chopped at Hikang of Silla's entourage. No, no, no. Hikang of Silla's expression changed and turned around to run. However, there were also army commanders among the zombies and they immediately blocked Hikang of Silla's path. Rumble. The airship couldn't withstand a single blow and all the people of Hikang of Silla on the airship were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Even the airship was chopped into pieces in an instant. Kill, 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 kill. The 5 million zombies roared. Although Hikang of Silla was in the Middle Heavenly Palace, this was the first time he entered the Middle Heavenly Palace. The 5 million zombies surrounded him, so he could not last long before they chopped off his arms. Gu Hai, I am not resigned to this. I want to kill you. Kill you. Hikang of Silla, who was covered in blood and had both arms chopped off, charged at Gu Hai with disheveled hair. At this moment, Hikang of Silla seemed to know that there was no hope of escaping. So, he burst forth with an unprecedented suicidal force. Boom! The hundreds of zombies in front immediately went flying. Hikang of Silla instantly charged at Gu Hai. He bared his fangs, looking like he wanted to bite Gu Hai to pieces. This was a kind of suicidal desperation. Oh no! Be careful! Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Your Majesty, he is going to self-detonate. Be careful. Changming also exclaimed. Just as Hikang of Silla charged through all the zombies and was about to reach Gu Hai Xing. Suddenly, a saber hum rang out, and a purple light exploded in the sky. The purple light was so dazzling that everyone in the surroundings narrowed their eyes. It was so bright that they could not open them. Boom! The purple light flashed and vanished. However, Hikang of Silla exploded. Hikang of Silla instantly exploded into pieces. Hikang of Silla was still very far away from Gu Hai. When the shockwave of the explosion reached Gu Hai, only a cool breeze remained. Everyone looked at the black-clad person holding the life-killing saber in shock. Earlier, this person chopped down Hikang of Silla with one saber strike, causing Hikang of Silla to explode into pieces before Hikang of Silla could even scream. Changming goggled. After all, this black-clad person's movements were extremely stiff 2 months ago. Now, he was already so proficient. That earlier saber strike. It was too strong and too fast. I did not see it at all, and it ended. His Holiness is mighty, the 5 million zombies shouted. His Holiness of Great Slaughter held the life-killing saber and looked around coldly. Zhu Lu, open the third camp for the zombie army. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Zhu Lu shouted in the distance. Then, he quickly ordered the Lu Rock men to clear the area. His Holiness of Great Slaughter looked at the 5 million zombies. Then, he pointed at the camp and said, withdraw your auras and set up camp there. Yes. The 5 million zombies shouted. Rumble. The 5 million zombies immediately lined up neatly in the camp, looking like wooden poles. They stood there motionlessly and withdrew their auras. Clean up the mess. Gu Hai said to an official. Yes. The official replied and led a group of subordinates to clean up the dismembered corpses of Hikang of Silla and the rest. At this moment, the dust had settled. His Holiness of Great Slaughter looked at Gu Hai and slowly walked back to the main hall. Clang! The doors of the main hall slammed shut. At this moment, the officials and commoners finally regained their senses. The calamity from before was resolved in the blink of an eye. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The officials bowed excitedly. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Countless commoners also bowed excitedly. In the crowd, De Qian's spies looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then, they quietly left to report the news. 5 million zombies. Mr. Good, good move. With this army, the Han dynasty's military strength will be at its peak. Master Lu Nian said with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, at its peak. Master Lu Nian must be joking. In my eyes, this 5 million zombie army is not as important as Changsheng. Ha! Ah! Master Lu Nian was slightly stunned. At the side, Changming bowed gratefully to Gu Hai. The 5 million zombie army changed owners in an instant, and the news quickly spread in all directions. Heavenly courts, impossible. Say that again. Li Shinji glared at a subordinate. It's true. Back then, one of my Shinji battalion disciples was in Chaoga. He saw it with his own eyes. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. The corpse that Gu Hai took away from the capital back then was His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. That subordinate said with a bitter smile. Li Shinji's eyelids twitched. How can this be? How can Gu Hai be so lucky? In the study, Yi Shenzhen and Takashi Ryushin stood outside the curtains of the study, reporting to Daiqiansheng. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. Daiqiansheng sat on the dragon throne, gently rapping his fingers on the table. Indeed. Gu Hai's harvest this time is too great. No one expected him to have such a backup plan. The 5 million zombie army is now his. Yi Shenzhen said with a bitter smile. Sage Father is still the one who thinks far. Gu Hai indeed has a backup plan, Takashi Ryushin said with a bitter smile. However, Daikienshin remained silent for a while. Gu Hai. He is playing with fire. Oh. Takashi Ryushin felt slightly stunned. Never mind. On account of him protecting Long Wanyu, we will help him this once, Daikienshin said indifferently. Ah. His Holiness of the Han Dynasty has now subdued 5 million zombie army, and His Holiness of Great Slaughter is at his peak. What danger will there be? Yi Shenzhen said with a confused expression. Daikienshin did not answer, but said indifferently, Yi Shenzhen, you can leave first. Yes. Yi Shenzhen could only respond. In the study, only Takashi Ryushin and Daikienshin were left. Sage Father wants me to help Gu Hai. But, what do I have to do? Takashi Ryushin said blankly. The news from Chaoga City quickly spread to the capital. For a moment, there was an uproar in the capital. Impossible. My Daewon's 5 million zombie army has all turned traitor. Hikang of Silla is also dead. What should we do now? The officials were in an uproar. In the Mo manner, Mo Yike heard the report from his subordinate and immediately threw him aside. Quick, the flying boat, I want to see His Majesty, quick. Mo Yike said anxiously. Chapter 474. Capital City, Qin Family. In Qin Yun's small courtyard. Qin Zibai respectfully stood at the side. Father, this is the news that just came from Chaoga. That ancestor has died long ago, Hikang of Silla has died, His Holiness's corpse has been refined by Gu Hai, subduing 5 million zombie army. The blind Qin Yun sat on a stone bench, holding a piece of silk cloth and gently wiping the bamboo stick in his hand. After Qin Zibai finished speaking, he respectfully stood at the side. Sigh. After a while, Qin Yun slightly sighed. Father, why are you sighing? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. His Majesty let Hikang of Silla go to Chaoga and even let him bring all the zombie army. It can be said that he attached great importance to Gu Hai. Unfortunately, he did not expect Gu Hai to be one step ahead and have His Holiness's corpse. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Yes, now that the 5 million zombie army has been subdued by Gu Hai, I wonder what His Majesty will do. Qin Zibai said with a frown. His Majesty. His Majesty left too quickly. Qin Yun slightly sighed. This child does not understand. His Majesty did not wait for the transformation of the 4 great families, unfortunately. Especially Changsheng, His Majesty chose Bat Ancestor in the end. Sigh, perhaps he was too impatient. Qin Yun slightly sighed. What did he choose Bat Ancestor? Father, is there anything that this child does not know? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. Qin Yun nodded. When Changsheng agreed to become a vampire and lead a vampire family, it was not only to repay the kindness, but also because His Majesty had promised that in the future, if necessary, he would help Changsheng obtain his initial ability. Initial ability? What do you mean? Qin Zibai said in surprise. That is, Changsheng or Bat Ancestor, choose one of the two, who has the ability, who will live to the end. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Who has the ability? Who will live to the end? His Majesty said. If Changsheng's ability is outstanding, can help Changsheng swallow Bat Ancestor's divine soul? Let Changsheng have no worries. Qin Zibai said in shock. Qin Yun nodded. That's why Changsheng has been working very hard all these years. He's really working very hard. Commanding the army, diplomacy, and politics, Changsheng is remarkable. He's an all-round talent. What can I do? What can I do? However, His Majesty left too quickly and couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to immediately compete with De Qian, so in the end, he chose the bat ancestor, who had a higher cultivation base, and gave up on winning. Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows. Qin Yun nodded. That's why it's not good to be too fast. If His Majesty's cultivation base and temperament hadn't increased too quickly, everything would have been done slowly. With Changxing's ability, there's no way he would have stood up for bat ancestor. Haha, picking up sesame seeds but throwing away watermelons, ha 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 ha. Qin Zibai was silent for a while. Because it was too fast, the Chang family is gone, the bat ancestor is also gone. Of course, we can't blame His Majesty. The Great Slaughter Treasure is a harmful thing. If there wasn't the Great Slaughter Treasure, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to incite His Majesty's ambition. Sigh. Qin Yun sighed slightly. The Shi family is also gone. Of the 4 great families, only our Qin family and the Mo family are left. Qin Zibai said in a deep voice. Shi family? He Kang of Silla. Ha, who does he think he is? Qin Yun revealed a trace of disdain. Qin Zibai looked at his father in confusion. He Kang of Silla is only His Majesty's blood relative, so he has the qualifications to stand side by side with our 3 great families. He opened 5 Mountains Academy and thought that he had extraordinary knowledge, but in fact, he's just an unrated clown. Qin, Mo, and Chang families. That old fellow from the Mo family was the smartest. Unfortunately, he worked hard and died too early. Fortunately, his son Mo Yike inherited his ability. The Chang family was always the second smartest, and also worked hard. Unfortunately, because His Majesty left too quickly, he was abandoned. However, he left behind a seed. Changming. Hee, a person blessed by the heavens, too bad he's headstrong and self-opinionated. However, this person's intelligence doesn't lose to Mo Yike. Now, he's following Gu Hai. If he's trained well, he'll be amazing. It's a pity that I'm the stupidest, and the one who gave birth to you is even more inferior. Sigh. Qin Yun sighed slightly. Qin Zibai's face revealed a bitter expression. His Majesty, although this child isn't as smart as Mo Yike, but, in terms of cultivation, I'm stronger. Even if I can't compare to Mo Yike, compared to Chang Ming, there's definitely no problem. Cultivation. Your comprehension is high, but you haven't reached the heavenly palace. No matter how high your comprehension is, it's nothing. Even if you did reach the heavenly palace, look at what happened to the bat ancestor. He also reached the heavenly palace. However, Gu Hai is in the Yuanying state. With just a few words, he can make the bat ancestor die without a burial ground. What's the use of having a high cultivation? Qin Yun immediately reprimanded. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Alright, this child is stupid. However, father is extremely intelligent. How can he be ranked 3rd? The best proof is that Grand Duke Chang and Grand Duke Missouri are both dead. Only father is alive. How can father be worse than them? Qin Yun sighed slightly. There are some things that you don't understand. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Qin Yun slowly removed the gauze covering his eyes. Father, your eyes, how did you go blind back then? Back then, when this child was still young, father's eyes suddenly went blind. You withdrew from the imperial court and let this child take over the Qin family. This child had a hard time back then. Father has been in seclusion for the past few hundred years. Qin Zibai looked at Qin Yun's closed eyes. Qin Yun took a deep breath and slowly stroked the bamboo cane in his hand. Father's eyes? Hee, this has to be explained from 1200 years ago. Back then, I followed His Majesty to the holy mountain in the west and happened to witness 3 Buddhists praying to the Buddha ancestor. It was also an opportunity, 1200 years ago. But father's eyes were not blind back then. Qin Zibai asked curiously. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. In the end, he sighed slightly. Forget it, let's not talk about it. It's all in the past. It's useless for you to know. However, keep this bamboo cane well. Qin Yun seemed to be somewhat reluctant to part with the bamboo cane. This bamboo cane? Father, since this child can remember, I remember that father has always held this bamboo cane in your hand. Even if you can't see, you have been wiping it for so many years. What is this thing? Qin Zibai took it blankly. The shape was just an ordinary bamboo cane. However, when he held it in his hand, he felt a cold feeling. This is what father obtained 1,200 years ago from the Buddha question event. Keep it well. With this cane, perhaps you won't fall too far behind Imo-yike. Qin Yun sighed slightly. Ah. Father, you gave it to me, then what about you? What's the use of this bamboo cane? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. You can slowly figure it out. I gave it to you because I don't need it anymore. Zibai, father has one last thing to ask of you. Qin Yun said solemnly. Father, you're too kind. If there's anything that this child can do, this child will definitely do his best. Qin Zibai immediately said solemnly. Changsheng is dead, that ancestor is dead, and the 5 million zombie army is also detained. This time, Day One can be said to have suffered a great loss. His Majesty will definitely go to Chaoga. Imo-yike is a good minister. Unfortunately, he is not his father, and does not have the weight of his father in His Majesty's heart. If His Majesty takes out his anger on Imo-yike, you must protect Imo-yike at all costs. Qin Yun said solemnly. Protect Imo-yike at all costs. Qin Zibai said blankly. Qin Yun nodded. Today, you protect Imo-yike. In the future, Imo-yike will protect you. Protect me? Qin Zibai said in shock. Just listen to me. Qin Yun said solemnly. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. Alright, I'll give you the bamboo stick. Father will also be leaving. Qin Yun stood up. Leaving? Father, where are you going? Qin Zibai did not understand. Qin Yun smiled and did not explain. He stepped into the sky and flew towards the direction of the Great Hall. His eyes were closed, but his control of the direction was not wrong. He very accurately flew to the square of the Great Hall. Stop! Immediately, a guard rushed up to stop him. Bastard, scram, don't block Patriarch Qin's path. His Majesty said that Patriarch Qin can see His Majesty at any time. The guard leader immediately shouted at the guards. Yes. The surrounding guards immediately moved aside. Qin Yun did not care about the crowd and directly landed at the entrance of the Great Hall. Before he stepped into the Great Hall, he heard Imo-yike shout. Your Majesty, you can't go north. Imo-yike shouted. Inside the Great Hall, the officials stood respectfully on both sides. Clearly, they had just received the news from Chaoga. That ancestor died, Hikang of Silla died, and the 5 million zombie army turned traitor. Shiyu the Great remained calm, but Imo-yike requested to see His Majesty. The moment he saw His Majesty, he begged His Majesty not to go north. His Majesty did not say to go north. On the dragon throne, Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Imo-yike. Imo-yike, what else do you want to say? Shiyu the Great asked seriously. Your Majesty, it's fine if we lose the 5 million zombie army. Our Day One Imperial Dynasty suffered a great loss this time, but we can slowly recover. The most important thing now is to stop the war and resolve the grudge with the Deqian. Reports from the front lines say that the Deqian army has already set up camp at the border. They will soon invade our Day One. Your Majesty, now is not the time to care about those zombies. Imo-yike said anxiously. Ha, ha 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 ha, Changsheng died for nothing. Hikang of Silla died for nothing. That ancestor died for nothing. You don't want the 5 million zombie army? Shiyu the Great finally spoke. But, Your Majesty, Gu Hai is not only the Emperor of Dahan, but also the Hall Master of Elite Hall. Chaoga is a trap set by Gu Hai. Your Majesty must have seen through it. Why do you still want to go? What's more important now is the battle with the Deqian. Mo Yike said anxiously. I know, but I must go. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, I advise you to take back your order and not go north. Mo Yike knelt down. Advise you to die. Good, advise you to die. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great shouted coldly. The officials were in an uproar. Advise you to die. If you don't succeed, you're really going to die. Mo Yike was using his life to persuade His Majesty to stay. This was the heaviest advice a subject could give. His Majesty wanted to kill Mo Yike? Your Majesty, you can't. The Mo family and the Day One have made great contributions. Your Majesty, please forgive Lord Mo. Your Majesty. The officials pleaded for Mo Yike anxiously. Good, good, good. Do you all want to rebel? Day One, is it you or I who has the final say? Mo Yike, you're going against your superiors. I'll grant you your wish. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great stared at Mo Yike. However, Mo Yike continued to kneel and didn't move. Shiyu the Great's eyelids twitched. I'll give you one more chance. Mo Yike, get out of the way. Obviously, Shiyu the Great said that he wanted to kill Mo Yike out of anger. He didn't want Mo Yike to stop blocking his way. No, I promised my father that the Day One would not be destroyed. I swear my loyalty to the Day One. Mo Yike said resolutely. Being loyal to the Day One means going against me? Mo Yike, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Shiyu the Great seemed to be angered by Mo Yike. I've already given you a way out. You still dare to talk back to me? I don't dare to go against my father's orders. Mo Yike said resolutely. Great Emperor Shiyu's face was gloomy. He looked at Mo Yike with a murderous look in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Yun's voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Grand Duke Missouri gave his all for the Day One? Qin Yun's soft shout immediately reverberated throughout the entire hall. Shiyu the Great's face darkened as he looked outside the hall. He saw Qin Yun, whose eyes were closed, slowly walk into the hall. Patriarch Qin. The officials were shocked and bowed respectfully. Qin Yun. Why? Are you here to stop me? Shiyu the Great's eyes flashed with a murderous look. Qin Yun smiled bitterly. I know your Majesty's determination. Naturally, I won't stop your Majesty. It's just that Mo Yike is sincere. Your Majesty should give him a chance. Just take it as a favor to Grand Duke Missouri. Great Emperor Shiyu frowned slightly. He glanced at Mo Yike, who was still stubborn, and let out a long sigh. Forget it. Throw Mo Yike into the heavenly prison. I will deal with him when I return. Yes. Immediately, a large number of guards came forward to escort Mo Yike. Your Majesty, you can't go north. Patriarch Qin, please persuade His Majesty. Mo Yike said anxiously. However, he was quickly dragged away by the guards. The officials didn't dare to say anything. Qin Yun, are you here to plead for mercy for Mo Yike? Shiyu the Great asked. No. I know that your Majesty wants to go north. I know that I can't stop your Majesty. I don't want to stop your Majesty either. Your Majesty's will is Daewon's will. Therefore, your Majesty's will can never be swayed by anyone and will never be wrong. This subject has come here today to earnestly request your majesty to bring this old subject with you when you go north this time. Qin Yun said solemnly. Shiyu the Great frowned. Please bring me along, your majesty. Qin Yun said again. Approved. Great Emperor Shiyu said solemnly. Chapter 475. Great Hall's Plaza in the capital city, the officials stood respectfully on both sides, sending off Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun as they left. Shiyu the Great looked to the north, remaining silent for a while. Shiyu the Great frowned slightly. Qin Yun, do you think that we are wrong as well? Qin Yun shook his head. Your Majesty is not wrong. Oh. Shiyu the Great looked at Qin Yun. That is because you are your Majesty. No one can say that you are wrong. The person who says that you are wrong is wrong. He forgot that you are your Majesty. Your Majesty cannot be wrong. Qin Yun shook his head. Shiyu the Great's expression softened slightly. You still understand us. Unfortunately, Changsheng. Changsheng. Ha! It is his bad luck. He could not keep up with your Majesty's footsteps. Qin Yun sighed softly. Shiyu the Great remained silent for a while. He felt some guilt in his heart, but it was replaced by the firmness of an emperor's heart in the blink of an eye. All right, it's time to go. Shiyu the Great said sullenly. Yes. As Shiyu the Great spoke, he flung his sleeve. Suddenly, a light ring enveloped him and Qin Yun. Boom! The light ring enveloped the two and turned them into a beam of light, instantly heading to the distant north. The flying ship was very fast, but it was not worth mentioning before Heavenly Palace. Shiyu the Great needed to rush to Morning Glory City as quickly as possible. Outside Morning Glory City, Gu Hai stood on a floating island with 2 rows of officials standing respectfully behind him. Chang Ming and Venerable Lu Nian stood beside Gu Hai. Your Majesty, we have been standing here since yesterday. Logically speaking, news of Morning Glory City should have reached the capital in just 2 days, right? Isn't it too early for us to wait here? Chang Ming asked, feeling confused. However, Gu Hai took a deep breath. It is not early anymore. It has been 2 days. This great slaughter His Holiness is also standing here with us. Could it be that Shiyu the Great will really come? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling puzzled. At the side, His Holiness of Great Slaughter was still wrapped in a black robe. He held Gu Hai's life-killing saber in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. Come, he will definitely come. Gu Hai said solemnly. Why? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling confused. Because he is the emperor. A monarch who should have been invincible. Gu Hai said solemnly. But everything is going against Day One now. I don't quite understand. Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling puzzled. Emperors can't back down. De Qian has deployed troops at the border and is about to attack Day One. If Shiyu the Great chooses to compromise, then Day One will never have the chance to fight against De Qian again. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Why, Your Majesty? I don't understand. Chang Ming felt confused as well. During this time, Gu Hai had given Chang Ming a list of names, so that Chang Ming could study the people and factions on it. Logically speaking, Day One's best response would be to back down. Why fight? The heart of the emperor is the hero of a nation. The ambition of an emperor cannot be compromised because of any predicament, especially when it comes to the dynasty. If one compromises, the emperor's heart will be gone. Hence, Shiyu the Great will not back down. He definitely will not back down. Gu Hai said seriously. Hey, I still don't understand. Chang Ming frowned, unable to understand. Venerable Lu Nian seemed to understand a little. He pressed his palms together as he looked at Gu Hai in shock. It had only been a few years, and Gu Hai's temperament had already reached such a level. Just as everyone chatted, a beam of light suddenly shot over from the south. Boom! The beam of light suddenly stopped near the floating island, kicking up a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. Gu Hai laid a ritual array to protect the countless ordinary people behind. As the strong wind blew, they remained safe and sound. However, such a large commotion attracted countless ordinary people's gazes. Shiyu the Great. It's Shiyu the Great, an ordinary person suddenly exclaimed. Shiyu the Great is here. How can this be? Shiyu the Great came personally. What should we do? What heavy snow! The beam of light stopped. The sky behind was already covered in heavy snow. Two figures stood amid the heavy snow. They were Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun. His Holiness the Great Massacre raised the life-killing saber and pointed it in the two's direction. Boom! Not far away, the 5 million-strong Divine Blood Army suddenly soared into the sky, carrying a surging baleful aura. They instantly surrounded Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun. They're here. Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Changming clenched his fists, and his eyes reddened. As soon as Great Emperor Shiyu arrived, he saw his zombie army glaring at him with angry eyes. These zombies held their sabers and swords, looking like they wanted to charge over quickly. Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he looked at the floating island across, at the black-robed Great Massacre His Holiness. At this moment, His Holiness released a ferocious killing intent, charging at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great also released an ice-cold aura, blocking the attack. His Holiness's corpse. Not bad indeed. You can actually refine it. Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great, long time no see. Gu Hai said indifferently. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. Gu Hai. This emperor knew that you were extraordinary. However, I did not expect you to force Day One into such an awkward position. Gu Hai took a deep breath, and his expression turned sullen. Shiyu the Great, you are exaggerating. Gu Hai admitted that he did not take the initiative to become enemies with Day One. However, Shiyu the Great, you broke your promise to me and issued an imperial edict to let the Bat ancestor enter Chaoga and slaughter millions of citizens. Chaoga's citizens? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes as he looked at the tombs in the distance. Ancient Emperor, are you really so proud of yourself? You did not take the initiative to become enemies with Day One. Why would the Bat ancestor and Hikang of Silla hate you to the point of death? Everything happened because of you. Don't you think you are too clean about it? Qin Yun said indifferently. Only then did Gu Hai carefully look at Qin Yun. Day One Qin Yun, the second most powerful person in the Day One imperial dynasty. 600 years ago, you suddenly became blind and left the imperial court. Why are you out of seclusion today? Gu Hai said solemnly. Mr. Good, you have investigated me thoroughly. However, we are still talking about the previous topic. Just because you don't kill doesn't mean that others won't die because of you. Gu Hai, don't you have any responsibility for Chaoga's calamity? Qin Yun said indifferently. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yun. This emperor failed to protect the Dahan citizens and allowed them to be killed by foreign enemies. This is this emperor's responsibility. This emperor has never shirked this responsibility. Ha, ha 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 ha, Your Majesty, do you see this? This Gu Hai is so amazing. He is just like Daqiansheng, doing things flawlessly. Qin Yun suddenly said to Shiyu the Great with a smile. Shiyu the Great's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, you don't have to think too much. Gu Hai is a person with a strong heart. He won't be moved by us. There's no need to consider subduing him. Just kill him. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become a great threat to the Day One Imperial Dynasty in the future. Qin Yun said solemnly. Shiyu the Great nodded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Yun. Mr. Qin. Ha, Shiyu the Great, this emperor really envies you. Oh. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Good ministers gathered together and the country was flourishing, but they neglected the essentials and chased after the trifles. What a pity, what a sigh. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha, Gu Hai, this emperor is neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. You are robbing His Holiness, aren't you neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles? This emperor doesn't want to talk to you anymore. This time, you won't live. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he struck in Gu Hai's direction with his palm. Boom! The sky was filled with ice and snow. The overwhelming cold instantly froze the surroundings. Even the floating island under Gu Hai's feet was instantly covered in frost. The huge ice and snow palm grabbed at Gu Hai. His Holiness took a step forward and slashed down with the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. Zhou Tian-san, kill! His Holiness roared. Boom! The life-extinguishing saber appeared. It was much more powerful than the saber that killed Hikang of Silla. The world was instantly illuminated. Almost everyone narrowed their eyes. They could not look directly at the saber gleam. Hong! The energy saber and the energy palm collided in the void. They cancelled each other out and exploded. A huge storm swept in all directions. Heavenly Punishment Stone. The same material as the Celestial Eradication Sword. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai's expression darkened. His Holiness's Zhou Tian-san did not have any effect. One had to know, earlier, it was Great Emperor Shiyu's casual strike, and the person the saber struck was the Great Slaughter Saint. Kill! His Holiness roared. Rumble! Suddenly, 5 million zombies charged toward Shiyu the Great. The 5 million energy sabers formed a whirlpool of destruction as they shrunk towards Shiyu the Great. Bastards! I refined you, and you dare to attack me? Shiyu the Great glared. Buzz! The 5 million zombies paused. Clearly, the zombies refined by the Ingo Great technique instinctively obeyed Shiyu the Great. The 5 million zombies paused. The expressions of Chang Ming, Venerable Lun Yan, and the ordinary citizens and officials immediately changed. Kill! His Holiness roared again as he unleashed his aura. Roar! Yes, His Holiness! The 5 million zombies shouted. How dare you! Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, please forgive us. The 5 million zombies paused. Both His Holiness and Shiyu the Great could control the zombies. The zombies' thoughts immediately turned chaotic. What should we do now? Chang Ming asked anxiously. Venerable Lun Yan, who was at the side, sighed and said, What should we do? Are you unable to analyze the situation? Huh? Chang Ming felt slightly stunned. I understand. His Holiness can control these 5 million zombies to surround and kill Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great can only control them to not attack. However, he cannot control them to kill His Holiness. Hence, His Holiness has greater control over them. Furthermore, as the two sides give out orders, the zombies' thoughts turn increasingly chaotic. Once they turn chaotic, they will act on instinct. Their instinct is to be loyal to His Holiness. Given this, these zombies will soon obey His Holiness's orders, Chang Ming analyzed. Indeed, with the two sovereigns' control, 10 of the 5 million zombies turned chaotic. Suddenly, they raised their sabers and chopped at Shiyu the Great. Kill! The 10 zombies shouted. Then, they immediately chopped at Shiyu the Great. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Then, He waved his hand. Boom! The 10 zombies exploded with a loud bang. However, as the two sides reached a stalemate, more zombies ignored Shiyu the Great's orders and charged at Shiyu the Great in a chain reaction. On His Holiness's orders, kill the enemy. A legion commander shouted. Kill the enemy. The tens of thousands of zombies shouted in unison. In the end, His Holiness's will suppressed Shiyu the Great's will. Then, the zombies started to raise their sabers and charge at Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, defective goods are defective goods in the end. Ha! If only we did not have these zombies back then. Qin Yun sighed softly. Shiyu the Great showed a sullen expression as he looked past the zombies at the distant Gu Hai. Ha! Gu Hai. Good. You were really scheming back then in the Great Massacre Palace. Shiyu the Great said furiously. Gu Hai looked coldly at Shiyu the Great without saying a word. It's just 5 million zombies. Although it's a pity, it's useless to me. I don't care. Shiyu the Great said coldly. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out an imperial edict. Investiture of the Gods. Great Massacre Heaven Dynasty's Investiture of the Gods. Chang Ming's expression changed. Chapter 476. Outside Chaoga City. A patch of forest. Before Shiyu the Great came, Takashi Ryushin led a group of subordinates and stood in a secret spot in the forest. Beside Takashi Ryushin was a young man. If Gu Hai saw him, he would recognize him immediately. He was the Long Sanqian that Takashi Ryushin sent to 95 Island to ask Gu Hai to deal with the Zithar army of Liang of Gojoseon before he met Long Wanyu for the first time. He was the son of Takashi Ryushin, Long Sanqian. An army of 5 million zombies. Gu Hai has really gained a lot. Takashi Ryushin looked at the densely packed army of zombies in the distance with envy. Long Sanqian was wrapped in a fur robe. An army of 5 million zombies, he said with narrowed eyes. They are just a bunch of dead creatures, not worth mentioning. However, this Gu Hai is really bold. He has been standing on that floating island since yesterday. Does he really want to face Shiyu the Great? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. He has the corpse of His Holiness. Even if he refines it with a special secret method, he will only have its power. When he comes to Heavenly Palace, his power won't be enough to deal with it. His Holiness is right. Gu Hai is playing with fire. Father, I found that His Holiness seems to trust Gu Hai a lot. Long Sanqian looked at Takashi Ryushin in confusion. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Yes. His Holiness asked Father to come here. How does he want Father to help Gu Hai? Long Sanqian asked curiously. Takashi Ryushin glanced at Long Sanqian and shook his head, but he didn't explain. While everyone was looking at Gu Hai, boom! A beam of light came from the distance, bringing with it a strong wind. Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun had arrived. In the south of Chaoga City, Gu Hai and Shiyu the Great faced off coldly for a while. Then, Shiyu the Great suddenly attacked. Boom! The Great Slaughter Saint Lord's Heavenly Cycle 3 neutralized Great Emperor Shiyu's palm with a loud bang. Cycle 3. It is indeed a strange saber technique. It can actually block Shiyu the Great. Takashi Ryushin's eyes narrowed. Long Sanqian nodded as well. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Shiyu only casually struck out with his palm earlier. Gu Hai was too careless. Long Shenwu sighed lightly and seemed to be about to take a step forward. Father, wait a little longer. Gu Hai doesn't seem to be at the end of his rope yet. Let's see how many trump cards this Gu Hai has, Long Sanqian suddenly called out. Oh! Rumble! In the distance, countless zombies charged at Shiyu the Great. However, Shiyu the Great suddenly took out an imperial edict. The Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty's God Investiture Decree. What is Shiyu the Great doing? Takashi Ryushin's face sank. It is just 5 million zombies. Although it is a pity, it is useless to me. I can ignore it. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great took out the God Investiture Decree. The expressions of Changming and Venerable Lun Yen changed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as well. Explode. Shiyu the Great tore apart the God Investiture Decree. Boom. 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 The sword-wielding zombies paused for a moment before exploding with a loud bang. Oh no. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Boom. His Holiness suddenly stepped forward and released a strong barrier of energy, instantly encasing the floating island. The God Investiture Decree tore apart, and the zombies exploded. However, Shiyu the Great extended his hand and pulled Qin Yun to the side. Rumble. The force of the explosion was too great. A shockwave that could destroy the world surged out in all directions. The surrounding mountains were flattened. Chaoga City was already damaged in the past. Now, it was battered by a storm of dirt and rocks, making it even worse. Gu Hai's ritual array enveloped countless ordinary people. Even so, they were safe. However, they could still feel the ground shaking, showing horrified expressions. However, Takashi Ryushin led his subordinates in a rapid retreat. Inside Shiyu the Great's light barrier, Qin Yun smiled bitterly. Qin Yun smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? With your skills, these zombies will not be able to track you down. If your Majesty uses this opportunity to kill Gu Hai or destroy His Holiness's corpse, these zombies will not be able to escape. They will still be your Majesty's. However, you will die. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Qin Yun. After a long silence, Qin Yun sighed softly and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. However, Shiyu the Great ignored Qin Yun. Instead, he looked at the distant floating island through the huge storm of explosions. His Holiness raised his saber and stood in front of Gu Hai. The people on the floating island were unharmed. The explosion of 5 million heavenly palaces was extraordinarily powerful. The surging shockwave spread out for a while before slowly calming down. The 5 million zombie army turned into pieces in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Takashi Ryushin's eyelids twitched. 5 million zombie army. How unfortunate. If such an army was used well, it would be a terrifying force. Long Sanqian narrowed his eyes. Shiyu the Great. He's willing. This time, he's willing. The explosion dissipated. Gu Hai slowly walked out from behind His Holiness and looked at Shiyu the Great with narrowed eyes. Shiyu the Great, isn't it too late for you to repent? Changsheng is no longer here. Gu Hai said solemnly. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Gu Hai. It's not your turn to educate me. It's fine if you don't want 5 million zombies, but His Holiness's corpse? Let's see if he can protect you. As he spoke, Shiyu the Great suddenly charged forward. Roar! His Holiness suddenly roared and slashed with the long saber in his hand again. Snow swirls for 1,000,000 miles. Shiyu the Great shouted and used his hand as a saber. Suddenly, the area within tens of thousands of miles was filled with snow. As soon as the hand saber was used, billions of white light bloomed, instantly illuminating heaven and earth. In the past, when His Holiness's soul had just been sealed, Shiyu the Great defeated His Holiness's soul with this move. Of course, he still had the bloody hell saber at that time, but now, the hand saber was not much inferior to back then. The power was superb. It was as if this hand saber could split heaven and earth in half. It slashed toward His Holiness's corpse. The power of that palm strike was many times stronger than the one from before. In the forest in the distance, Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He seemed to be about to attack. "Father, wait a little longer." Long Sanqian immediately shouted. However, he saw that His Holiness's life-ending saber in the distance had also slashed out. Buzz! As the saber slashed out, a dazzling purple light bloomed in the sky. The purple light collided with Shiyu the Great's white light, forming a halo of light at the point of collision. Fourth day of heavenly cycle. Around the life-killing saber, a saber region aura suddenly formed. More than 200 saber blades immediately surrounded the Great Slayer Saint, forming an extremely ferocious region. Once the saber blades appeared, they cut in all directions and then charged towards the life-killing saber. A powerful saber aura suddenly slashed out with the life-ending saber and collided with Shiyu the Great's hand saber. Hong! A loud sound, not much weaker than the explosion of the 5 million zombie soldiers, resounded throughout heaven and earth. Snow and saber aura shot out in all directions. In the distance, Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanqian's faces darkened. Fourth day of heavenly cycle. So, when Gu Hai fought Bat Ancestor outside Dada City, he was almost about to use the fourth day of heavenly cycle. 100-fold increase in power. Long Shenwu narrowed his eyes. Fourth day of heavenly cycle. It's fine if it's just one saber move, but if it's a complete set. Long Sanqian frowned. A complete set? Impossible. This should be a saber move created by Gu Hai based on the art of chess. How old is he? Creating one saber move should be his limit, right? Takashi Ryushin frowned. In the distance, Shiyu the Great's hand saber didn't achieve the desired effect, and he was slightly surprised. That was His Holiness's corpse. He only had strength, but he had to know how to use it. Gu Hai actually had such a profound saber move. Humph. Shiyu the Great snorted coldly and used the same move with his right hand again. Million li of snow. Buzz. Heaven and earth were suddenly illuminated by the white light of the hand saber. This time, it was the blind spot of the fourth day of heavenly cycle. The fourth day of heavenly cycle shouldn't have worked, right? Fourth day of heavenly cycle. Hong. The different fourth day of heavenly cycle went up and collided with Shiyu the Great's hand saber. The wind blew. The two powerhouses were evenly matched again. A different fourth day of heavenly cycle. In the distance, Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Boom. 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 For a moment, heaven and earth were completely covered by white and purple light. Shiyu the Great didn't believe that Gu Hai's saber skills were so exquisite. He immediately attacked His Holiness from different angles. However, every single strike from the Great Slaughter Saint Highness came from a different direction, every strike different, but the power didn't decrease at all. Immediately, the battle between the two great experts became more and more fierce, more and more intense. His Holiness led Shiyu the Great up to the sky. Up in the sky, the wind was raging. The snow was mixed with the purple light. The people of Zhaoga down below couldn't see what was going on in the wind. They could only hear the earth-shattering noises. Father, if it were you, would you be able to stop Shiyu the Great? Long Sanqian asked with a bitter smile. Shiyu the Great is an unparalleled talent. His battle strength is incredible. I don't think there's anyone who can match him at the same level, right? Takashi Ryushin sighed. Yes, no wonder he dares to challenge His Holiness. If the five powers really fight their way to heavenly courts, they will have the ability to fight His Holiness. Long Sanqian exclaimed. Fight His Holiness? You think too much. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. In the distance, on the floating island. Gu Hai didn't look at the battle in the sky. It was the chess doppelganger controlling His Holiness' corpse. The chess doppelganger's analytical ability was something that no one Gu Hai had ever seen could surpass. Gu Hai wasn't worried about a super-intelligent mind controlling the body of a peerless master. Gu Hai, however, looked at Qin Yun in the distance warily. The second most powerful man in Day 1. The most powerful man was Shiyu the Great, and he was the second most powerful man. Even Bat Ancestor couldn't beat him when he was still in the middle of the Celestial Palace. Even if he was blind, he couldn't underestimate him. In the distance, Qin Yun closed his blind eyes and looked in Gu Hai's direction. He seemed to have sensed Gu Hai's wariness. "Mr. Good, don't worry. I won't attack, and there's no need to mobilize the power of Dahan," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Is that so?" Gu Hai smiled coldly. Gu Hai didn't really believe Qin Yun, so he was still extremely wary. Outside the floating island, Gu Hai had set up an array. If Qin Yun attacked, it would be able to hold him back for a while. And this short period of time would be enough for him to mobilize the power of Dahan and His Holiness to return. Chapter 477. Gu Hai was wary of Qin Yun, but unfortunately, Qin Yun was sitting on a mountain peak far away. He did not show any signs of taking action. Qin Yun could not see, but he seemed to be listening to the battle in the sky with his ears perked up. At that moment, everyone was watching the battle between Shiyu the Great and His Holiness. However, Shiyu the Great attacked multiple times, but His Holiness blocked every attack with the 4 heavenly cycles. It was a draw. Shiyu the Great's expression turned gloomy. Below, Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanqian narrowed their eyes. "Shiyu the Great. How powerful!" Long Sanqian said with a frown. "Gu Hai. What great luck!" Takashi Ryushin's eyes flashed with envy. The 5 million zombie army had exploded, but Gu Hai still had His Holiness, who was an even stronger existence. With such a treasure on him, it was something unimaginable. Hong! With a loud boom high in the sky, the two separated. Shiyu the Great looked at His Holiness with a gloomy expression. "Great slaughter, His Holiness. Ha, you really are a lingering spirit. Even in death, you can't rest in peace. Back then, you didn't have the guts to cultivate the Ingo art, which was listed as a forbidden technique. However, this emperor mastered it. This emperor will let you know what Ingo is." Shiyu the Great stared. As he stared, Shiyu the Great's aura suddenly soared. For a time, waves of violent storms surged out from Great Emperor Shiyu in all directions. How can this be? Shiyu's strength is soaring. Long Sanqian stared in astonishment. He originally believed that Shiyu the Great was already at his limit, but he never expected that Shiyu the Great's strength was still rising. Still rising? Gu Hai's expression also darkened. The surrounding commoners and experts had their mouths wide open. However, they saw that Shiyu the Great's body was emitting an extremely cold aura. Within tens of thousands of li, the world was instantly frozen. Previously, it was just snow, but now, it was frozen. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of li were frozen. However, he saw Shiyu the Great suddenly reveal 2 snow-white fangs in his mouth. His long hair instantly turned white, and a pair of snow-white horns appeared on his head. On his back, a pair of dragon's scaly wings appeared. When the dragon wings appeared, his original might increased by at least 10 times. The dragon spread its wings. A raging gale swept out in all directions. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, the cold power released by Shiyu the Great was drifting in the air. Roar! Hong! With a loud roar, the void suddenly shook. The world spun as if it was the end of the world. Under the loud roar, even though they were isolated within the formation, countless people covered their ears from the vibration, feeling incomparable pain. The floating island Gu Hai was on was also enveloped by the formation. All the officials were holding their heads in pain. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. In the frozen mountain forest, Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanqian's expressions changed. Ingo the Great Art? Incarnation of Ingo? This strength has increased by at least 10 times. Takashi Ryushin said in shock. No wonder Shiyu the Great dares to provoke our Daqian celestial empire. With such strength and the power of a nation, he can indeed compete with His Holiness. Long Sanqian said in shock. No, to compete with His Holiness? You think too much. His Holiness is the strongest in the world. In front of His Holiness, Ingo's body is not a match for your Majesty. Besides, Shiyu the Great has only cultivated the Ingo body. Takashi Ryushin immediately shook his head. But this. Long Sanqian looked at his father in confusion. Takashi Ryushin did not explain. In the distance, on the frozen mountain peak, Qin Yun sighed slightly. Success is due to Ingo and failure is also due to Ingo. Your Majesty, how good would it be if you did not have the Ingo technique? High in the sky, Shiyu the Great's strength had reached its peak. A terrifying aura rushed towards His Holiness. The powerful aura completely suppressed His Holiness's arrogance. His Holiness held the life-killing saber in front of his chest, guarding against Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Changming asked in horror. At this moment, even people who did not understand cultivation could see that after Shiyu the Great had turned into a Ingo zombie, his aura had soared to the sky. Above his head, huge snowstorm-like clouds spun into a super vortex. The terrifying aura suppressed His Holiness in the distance, like a lonely boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. His Holiness, great slaughter. Roar. Shiyu the Great's eyes glowed with a trace of silver light, and his expression was fierce. His Holiness raised the life-killing saber and stared at Shiyu the Great. I've turned into a Ingo zombie. When you were alive, you could still fight with me. Now, you're just Gu Hai's puppet. Let's see how you can take my move. Shiyu the Great glared. The saber hand slashed towards His Holiness again. Snow swirls for 1,000,000 miles. Buzz. Suddenly, only white light was left in the world. Shiyu the Great's saber hand slashed out, and the void seemed to be about to collapse. It instantly formed a storm black hole, and the saber hand slashed towards His Holiness. It was an irresistible force. Even His Holiness was about to be slashed to ashes. Under this saber hand, His Holiness seemed to have all his escape routes sealed, and there was nowhere to run. However, His Holiness did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and slashed with the life-killing saber in his hand again. Zhou Tian. Buzz. A saber domain formed around His Holiness. 300 sabers appeared, surrounded by countless saber auras, and surrounded His Holiness. Zhou Tian. You can stop me just now. Now, my power is 50 times stronger than before. You're courting death. Shiyu the Great sneered. Below, Long Sanqian's expression changed. Father, Gu Hai can't hold on anymore. His Holiness can't stop His Holiness. I know. Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened, and he seemed to want to rush out. At that moment, the saber hand in the sky collided with the life-killing saber. In that instant, in everyone's eyes, the great slaughter sacred supreme was about to be finished, about to be destroyed. All of them revealed anxious expressions. Only His Holiness had a ferocious expression. 5. Great slaughter Saint Highness roared. 5. Not Zhou Tian's 4th. Zhou Tian's 5th. Countless people's expressions changed when they heard His Holiness's roar. However, when Zhou Tian's 5th appeared, His Holiness was enveloped in a dazzling purple light. Impossible. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Hong. In the sky, there was a super loud boom. The huge collision caused the storm in the sky to create a supervortex. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything in an instant. Rumble. The floating island that Gu Hai was on shook incessantly amidst the whirlpool of energy. Gu Hai's grand array also shook. The ground was churning. For a moment, the sky darkened, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was like the end of the world. After a while, the shaking stopped. The explosion in the sky slowly dissipated, and the dark sky gradually brightened. Everyone could finally see the sky clearly. What? How did this happen? Almost everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. His Holiness, who should have been chopped into pieces, stood on the spot holding the life-killing saber. Shiyu the Great, who was originally domineering, was slashed 5 kilometers away pathetically. One of his dragon scale wings was chopped off. Although it was still connected to the bone, it was completely broken. Shouldn't Shiyu the Great have killed His Holiness with one strike? Why was it the other way around? Impossible. Zhou Tian's fifth. How can Zhou Tian's fifth be more powerful than Shiyu the Great, who transformed into Ingo? This is impossible. Takashi Ryushin widened his eyes in disbelief. But that was the truth. He didn't believe it no matter what. Shiyu the Great was covered in blood. Zhou Tian's fifth. If he hadn't experienced the floating battle on 9-5 Island, Gu Hai wouldn't have had the confidence to fight Shiyu the Great. However, at that time, Gu Hai had comprehended the 31 heaven and earth chess game. He had also merged the chessboard between his eyebrows and finally comprehended Zhou Tian's fifth. Zhou Tian's fifth was Gu Hai's greatest reliance. It was also Gu Hai's strongest technique. Unfortunately, Gu Hai's main body didn't have the ability to use it. However, His Holiness could. As a result, he could finally fight Shiyu the Great. Defeated? Shiyu the Great revealed a look of disbelief. How could Ingo lose? I don't believe it. Zhou Tian's fifth. Zhou Tian's fifth. Shiyu the Great looked at His Holiness with a ferocious expression. Regardless of whether Shiyu the Great believed it or not, His Holiness held the life-vanquishing saber. But that was the truth. Under His Holiness's full strength, Shiyu the Great was defeated. Sigh. Below, Qin Yun sighed slightly. Your Majesty, we won. Ha, we won. Chang Ming roared in excitement. The commoners cheered even louder. Long live the Han Dynasty. The officials were also extremely excited. So what if Shiyu the Great transformed? Didn't he still lose? All of them looked at Gu Hai in excitement. Only Gu Hai had a heavy expression. Something's wrong. Where's the bloody hell saber? Indeed, Shiyu the Great instantly calmed down when Gu Hai turned worried. He slowly extended his hand and grabbed. Boom! The white light that filled the sky instantly turned blood red. Shiyu the Great's right hand seemed to pull out a saber hilt from the void. Shing! The bloody hell saber was pulled out of the void. Immediately, a billowing blood mist surrounded Shiyu the Great. The saber emitted a soul-stirring power. It was as though thousands of blood-colored ghosts were surrounding the bloody hell saber. The white-haired great emperor Shiyu's long hair turned red in an instant. Even his eyes turned incomparably red. Bloody hell saber annihilation. Shiyu the Great slashed at His Holiness. Instantly, a sea of blood seemed to envelop the entire world. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be countless ghosts letting out shrill cries. Heavenly Cycle 5. His Holiness faced the sky with his saber. Hong! Just like before, the world turned dark. As the earth quaked, 2 glowing figures could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Shiyu the Great seemed to still be in a frenzy. His eyes were red as he slashed. The bloody hell saber and the life-extinguishing saber collided. The 2 experts were in a stalemate. However, Merely being in a stalemate for a short while, great Emperor Shiyu surpassed the Great Slaughter Sacred Lord in an overwhelming manner. Die! Shiyu the Great roared ferociously. The Great Slaughter Saint Lord was like a cannonball, shooting down from the sky and crashing into the ground. Boom! With the Great Slaughter Saint Lord as the center, a huge crater with a diameter of 10 miles was blasted out of the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled. The Great Slaughter Saint was defeated. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.